and we are going to look at something that is going to make you all sick to the stomach. Christing. You wanted to see what Christing was. Let's look at what Christing is. Here we come. Where is he? Come here, Galen. Come here. Get over here. Come here. The feces which they Christ themselves with around the mouth and down the throat. We're talking about people who are really, really, really Christing parts of their mouth with poop. How do you get totally poop-mouthed in Antiquity? How do you get poop-mouth? Dude's got poop-mouth. You know what I mean? Did you know that wine that Jesus serves stained their lips purple? Oh, yeah, Jesus. I'm sorry that I have to do this, but I need you to tell me. I need you to tell me, Jesus, what you did to that kid in the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus. No, a little bit louder. A little bit louder, Jesus. Come here. No, seriously. Pull that up. Yep, exposed. Yep, there we go. Oh, yeah, here you go. Oh, I've always wanted to hit Jesus there. Oh, do you see me? I am a giant, and no one can stand before me. Not the head of Dallas Theological Seminary's Greek program. Where would you be without me? You cannot stand before the classical tradition. I will bring you all low. I am Ammon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ammon Hillman is a classicist who's made some pretty provocative claims over the past year since his Danny Jones, really before Danny Jones podcast interview. One of the most provocative, and I can't even get into because of YouTube and monetization, is Jesus with a little boy in a garden, drugs, and sexual implications. He seems to be obsessed with that, and I'm not trying to judge his character, but he is a strange dude, as you will see unravel in this video, and you can go to his own channel and see for yourself. I don't want to get caught up in that. I mainly want to focus on his erroneous use of sources and interpretations when he's the expert in Greek. Now, many of his Ammonites, as I call them, followers, will come in and try to save the day in the chat and go, "Why are you being critical?" I want the truth. I'm not doing a personality cult following this guy and going brainlessly into his interpretations. I'm interested in actually understanding this material, and I don't care about personalities. Maybe I care a little on how strange he is, but that gets drawn out throughout the video. This is a two-part video. The first part of this video that is important, whether you watch it now or later, is on Cross Bible YouTube channel. We'll put the link in the description and also the card up here in the top so you can actually see it for yourself. In that, it is covered by my friend Steven, who's going to join me today in this episode, breaking down the Greek and the errors of Ammon all throughout this video. He actually goes into the word count of Hebrew over against the Greek, the usage of these words, and why we have so many Greek and have so little Hebrew. That history is misguided, misinformation, if you will, that is perpetrated by Ammon to those who are learning Greek from him and are recirculating these ideas online. So if you really want to educate yourself, watch that video first or after this video. Now, I hope you get your popcorn, whatever you do that it helps you enjoy, maybe get your burning purple and get ready for a hell of a ride. Steven Nelson, welcome back to MythVision, brother.
Hey, man. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. I don't know a single person, and I've spent hours and hours with PhDs, who has ever taken the time to literally take a scalpel and dissect Ammon Hillman's videos. You being an avid Greek researcher, learner for the past decade, you know several languages. You've taught your 4-year-old how to speak fluently Russian, Greek, what else? Spanish, English?
Yeah, I mean, so full disclosure, I am a non-expert researcher, right? My background is in Russian. I have a bachelor's degree in Russian. And after acquiring Russian, I went on to basically spend most of my life as a hobbyist in, acquiring foreign languages. So I speak Russian, I speak Spanish pretty well. My French is a little rusty, but I also am fluent in modern Greek and have spent the last decade buried in Greek texts. Which is why I founded Cross Bible over at crossbible.com. This is a new Bible study platform that really strongly features the original Greek and Hebrew Bible. I also have a huge collection of Greek Bibles that you can compare side by side. So please, everybody who's interested in that, go register. You can support me on there by going to the billing page. It's kind of my de facto Patreon. And then I have the Cross Bible YouTube channel where I produce videos focused on the history and the text of the Bible, and with some emphasis on the Greek and Hebrew. But as somebody who didn't have the advantage of a PhD and seminary training, I'm kind of aligned with people, with you and your audience, and people who are just sort of getting into this on their own and need help kind of navigating these sources. And ironically, what I found is that most of what you're going to see in this video could have really been discovered by somebody with just a little bit of training in Greek, right? Like anybody with access to the Perseus Tufts website, which has the LSJ lexicon, which for some reason Dr. Hillman prefers to use, even though it kind of sows the seeds of his own destruction. You can sign up for the TLG if you're really hardcore, the Thesaurus Lingua Graeca online. You can sign up for the Loeb Classical Library for $100 and just look this stuff up on your own. It's all translated. If you think all the translations are unreliable and you just trust, Hillman because he has a PhD, I don't know what to tell you. Like you're just gonna have to watch this video, judge for yourself.
Yeah, there's, again, the cult of personality, and there's some people who just will not. They like the weird, crazy stuff more than they like the facts of what's going on in this material.
It's entertaining.
It is entertaining. And nobody's knocking the fact that this is entertaining. The problem is, I think this guy, Ammon, is serious, and he is wanting to be taken serious. He emailed me many years ago wanting to interview on this idea that he was accused of demon possession and opening portals by the Catholic Church, and several other emails later that I will leave as my own little ammunition if ever necessary to expose. But I'm not interested in trying to do that. I'm trying to get the facts here. And so, Stephen, you've done the deep dive. You've seen where he's erroneously made interpretations and doesn't even get some of the words in Greek correct. I mean, off the hip. And that's his claim, is that he is an expert on the spot of being able to understand these texts unlike anyone else. He pivots himself, just a heads up before we begin this, he pivots himself into a special place against anyone who's a Bible scholar. Of course, he did that on Danny Jones. But then he even goes even deeper. And this is something I noticed about cults that I picked up when I was in a cult, a part of a charismatic cult myself. And that is, no one's right, even among the denomination that you're in. So now it's not just Bible scholars, not even classicists understand classics like this classicist. I mean, once you become the only truth and the one and only who gets it, and you have a people around you that are just vacuuming up everything you say as if it's gospel, well, again, to your point, for the Ammonites, I call those Ammonites, there is no helping them. They're going to have to figure it out on their own, or try to be open-minded when they actually listen to the evidence today and question for themselves on whether or not they should trust this classicist Ammon Hillman for his interpretations.
There are people who have just drunk the Kool-Aid to the extent that it doesn't matter what we're about to show, I couldn't say anything that would get them off of this, right? And I think there's going to be, look, the reason why this is such a big problem, the reason why we really need to address it is because that interview on Danny Jones was a big hit in May, right? It's over 2 million views. This is probably coming out on MythVision right after the second interview on Danny Jones. This guy goes viral because he has sensational ideas that get a lot of traffic. The truth is not as interesting as that in terms of what gets clicks online, right? Like the falsehoods spread like wildfire. And the people that are flooding your comments are also coming into my comments, and I'm getting like I'm making this. I made this 1 hour documentary on the history of Greek and Hebrew. I got plenty of people coming in from the Ammonites typing like Hebrew's fake. It's somebody needs to address this on a high level, and unfortunately, the people out there that are qualified to do it. And I got clips in here, and I'm picking on people. I'm picking on Kip Davis. I'm picking on Dan McClellan. I'm picking on Wes Huff because they're addressing this from the armchair. Some of them, not all of them, but they're addressing this from the armchair because it's like nobody wants to do the work to dig into all these sources. Like this has taken me months. I've spent 6 months on this.
That's why I said nobody's ever done what you're about to show everybody.
Yeah, and I like before we start, we're going to start soon. I do want to thank Dr. Hillman for giving me the motivation to dig through all of these Greek texts that he cites. They're great. It's great stuff. It's great stuff. I love it. I love digging through classical texts and the medical texts. All of it's very, very fascinating. It's just shocking how many mistakes this guy makes. Like how you can make a claim about a text, flash it up on screen in Greek, not even mention where it comes from, no link, nothing for his like Greek students to go and fact check, and then just twist it and manipulate it and say it says things that it doesn't say, and then just move on to the next Greek source. Like that's super, super deceptive. So if you don't trust me because I don't have a PhD and he does, and he just like outclasses me in terms of his qualifications, you do have to wonder, why is it that in this video you're about to see, I'm showing Greek and English texts in parallel. I'm showing established scholarly translations. You can dispute my translations. You can call me out. If I make mistakes, please correct them in the comments. I may make mistakes because like I'm not a professional, right? Like there's going to be typos. There will be things. I know for a fact there are mistakes in here because I've been going through and correcting them constantly to put my best foot forward. But Hillman is not beyond reproach. Like you have to people are going to have to recognize, and I have examples of it in here where he's pulling up a Greek text, he's twisting it, and he's not giving anyone the opportunity to look him up. I just happen to be able to go on to the TLG or like go and look for these sources and find them because I've been reading Greek for 10 years, not 30. Okay, he's been doing it for 30 years supposedly. I've been doing it for 10 years. You don't need to read Greek for 10 years to see through this BS. This is just blatantly false.
I haven't read Greek and I'm wanting to learn from you. I want to be your student and learn from you what you've learned and teach me the way. And that's something that you're also going to be offering people to if they're interested. But to add to this, it doesn't take me much when I realize a PhD like Carl Ruck, who's read Greek for 50, 60 years, 67. I mean, the guy's like 95 years old, like 97 years old right now, some crazy number. Like, and he calls out Ammon in a presentation. No, he's a young man. He's not a little boy.
We're going to show that. Yeah. Okay. Like anybody, if you really genuinely want to learn Greek and you're studying Greek from Hillman or anywhere really, just, you could go to crossbible.com, scroll all the way down to the contact section, submit a query with the subject Greek lessons. I teach Greek online. I've been teaching you, Derek. I have several students that I do online Zoom classes with. The Hansen and Quinn textbook is I use for classical Greek. This is what Hillman uses, and if this is what you prefer, I'm all for it. I got what I got here. I got Homeric Greek. I got Shelmerdine's Attic Greek. I got Athenaze, the Italian edition, volumes 1 and 2. I got a lot of great material that I use to teach legitimate classical Greek, New Testament Greek, modern Greek, Homeric Greek. It's it's a real passion of mine, and I think it comes out in this video. So judge for yourself. If you want to take lessons, I am accepting applications.
Is it time that we burn the purple?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
By the way, people keep asking me, they just keep asking me, hey, what is it with all the people putting out all the videos about Ammon? Right? Thank you to the people who are making videos, because all you do is enable nemesis. I know you don't understand that, but you're doing a fantastic service. Keep it up. Keep it up. It's fantastic. Love it. Love it. Oh, God. Scandalous. I heard it's getting scandalous. What am I?
Well, you are a religious scholar, right?
No, I'm a classicist. Religious scholars, no, we eat those for breakfast. Yeah, no, I'm a classicist.
Okay. What is a classicist?
It's somebody who is a specialist in the translation of ancient Greek. Some people do Latin too, but that's, Latin was for hut-dwelling Romans. You know what I mean? It's just not to the level that the Greek is. Look, there's two types of classicists, those who are Hellenists and those who study Latin. And everybody knows what happens to the Hellenists. They know it attracts the most intelligent people. And over time, it turns their brains into mind expanding.
Right.
This is the power. You asked me what's so beautiful about Greek. Unfortunately, most classicists today, they're focused on things that are more to build careers and garbage, essentially. So a lot of texts, a lot of these ancient texts that we've got, they aren't translated even. I've got an entire book that I brought to show to you that is from the 1800s. It's Galen. And these things are untranslated. It's all in Greek. I have the physical copies sitting in my bag.
Wow.
Nobody reads them. Classicists don't do it. You know why?
Why?
Because they're hard.
They're hard.
Because these Greeks are smart. They're smart. And these how many classicists do you think know pharmacology? Yeah.
I have no idea.
Great book.
How many.
Go check that book out.
Zero. Yeah. They don't do the medical stuff. It's a shame. Nobody goes near the pharmaceutical stuff. Now, in 2013, I saw for the first time a dissertation was written in which the person translated Galen's Theriac to Paiso. Until classes get off their lazy rumps and stop trying to sell books, they're not going to. Classicists infamously hate Bible studies. Biblical scholars are kind of a joke with classicists, and they know that if they get into that patty, there may be some landmines in there. You know what I mean?
So, as you can see, there's this dueling, contradictory narrative here, right? Classicists are superior to Bible scholars, and I'm a classicist, but I am superior to other classicists.
Exactly.
So, and as you can see, there are classicists who deal with medical texts. Like he's not trailblazing here.
I'm sure you could find more than what you already found.
Oh, I just pulled up a couple of examples. One of those is a great book that I've read. The other one I haven't. But
so for my dissertation, I did it on Roman pharmacy.
Okay, right.
And
Roman pharmacy.
Roman pharmacy. Okay. Nobody's written a work on Roman pharmacy, and I had already done a translation and commentary for a master's thesis. That's usually what they give to doctoral students. I had done one for a master's thesis, and I was like, I'm not doing that again. So I'm going to write a text that's just kind of a general Roman pharmacy text so that people can learn about drugs in the ancient world. And the committee told me, take out the chapter on recreational drugs, or we're not going to give you the degree. And
so you only had one chapter that was about recreational drugs.
Yeah. The rest were all medicinal.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
But didn't you say that they didn't distinguish between recreational and medicinal? Is that right?
No, that's exactly right. We were distinguishing.
We do it now, but they didn't back then.
No, back then. Things that you and I would call recreational, they didn't consider recreational. They considered medicinal. I met with the head of the department and was told, you have to take out the chapter on recreational drugs, and you have to scrub any references to recreational drugs in the rest of the work. She said, the Romans just wouldn't do such a thing. This is the head of the department. And by that time, I had seen so much stuff that the Romans were doing. I was like, oh my God, I understand what's going on. They're building a ceiling that we can't get beyond, that doesn't exist. We should be able to go right through that thing. With these texts, we can do that.
And once you decided to scrub the chapter from your dissertation and any sort of reference to drugs whatsoever, and then they accepted it and gave you your PhD.
Any references to recreational drugs?
Recreational.
Because there are a whole bunch of drugs all over it, right? For healing, right? I mean, drugs that you use in anesthesia.
Right.
What did they use? Fantastic.
What was the response after your book, The Chemical Muse, was published?
The Bryn Mawr Classical Review came out, which is the big reviewer. And a European professor, French, came out and said, this book is dangerous. He said it shouldn't be read at any university, anytime, ever. It was roundly ignored, put into the guy said, this guy obviously has a drug agenda.
So if you pause and read from that article that's describing this whole legend that he's spinning up about persecution in academia and how his work is being suppressed, you'll see that the person reviewing his PhD dissertation just said we needed more evidence. Like, that's a theme here. He just doesn't give evidence. He makes claims that can't be backed up by evidence. I reached out to her to comment on this, and she declined. And, she said that article didn't really represent her fairly, in her opinion, because as you can see in those excerpts, he's just claiming that everybody's using drugs, right? And he conflates the medicinal use of drugs for what he considers recreational. But if you go look in these sources, as you're going to continue to see here, they're all talking about medicinal drugs. It's medicine. Drugs are medicine.
So just to clarify, you're suggesting this already early into this critique is in his professional PhD in the actual academic arena, which is, by the way, Roman medicinal stuff, which wouldn't that mean it's Latin and not Greek in terms of its special?
You can go online and purchase his dissertation. It's because it's peer reviewed. There's like nothing to critique there for me, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't find, there's no Greek in it. Like, he's selling himself off as a classical philologist. His emphasis is on Latin sources and pharmacology. He said he spent 2 years on it. I'm sorry, that doesn't make you a classical philologist. That makes your emphasis is not on the Greek language. There are people who focus specifically on classical philology and linguistics and the study of Greek as a language. He's focusing on medicine. Right. And calling it drugs.
I also wanted to cue in on what we're going to get to later with this burning purple and stuff, kind of foreshadowing what's coming and different things. Wouldn't this kind of fit this kind of problem with academics who peer reviewed it and said, there's not enough evidence for what you're claiming here. Like you're making all these claims and jumping to conclusions, it seems, without having any way of substantiating what you're claiming about it. It seems like a consistent trend, even when he was actually under a rigorous umbrella of academic institution. Now he has the free reign to make up anything, and nobody's got a G check him on it. You know what I mean?
Well, and the result in that dissertation is that there's just a missing chapter. That there's the chapter in there that's full of BS that doesn't have the evidence to back it up, that didn't pass peer review, is what he just published, right? So you can go and read My Chemical Muse, and the Chemical Muse. That's the book that he produced from that chapter that didn't make it into his PhD thesis because reportedly it didn't have enough evidence to back it.
Got it.
So that's it's bunk. All right, let's keep going.
This is good.
I'm not kidding you. I can take a text right now, throw it in front of any classicist in the world and say translate it, and they'll be like, Yeah. No. Nonus. I can do that with Nonus right now. Throw it in front of 98% of classes out there. They'll stumble. The ones who have done Nonus, they'll be able to get it.
Why is Nonus so hard to translate?
Because he's using an archaic style. He's trying to do something that they were doing 1,000 years previous to him.
Okay.
And he's putting together the longest epic. It's about Dionysus and a bunch of arrow poison using women. You either read the text or you don't. You think you've read these sources. You think you've read Homer. You haven't. You think you've read the Bible. You haven't. Either you do or you don't. And those who don't fall, they fall. And that's just the way it is.
Dr. McDonald might agree with that to some extent, that there is a problem of a sort of general ignoring of extra biblical literature. But to say that Bible scholars are just completely, like the ones who are translating the Bible, the ones who are writing the commentaries, are totally ignorant of the classics, I would love to get Dr. McDonald's feedback on that particular claim.
Well, first of all, I think, Stephen, you're selling yourself short. I think you are an amazing researcher, and your Greek is competitive with almost anyone. And the viewers need to know that you actually speak modern Greek. You've taught your son Greek. You speak Greek at home. So you are not a neophyte when it comes to Greek philology.
Very honored.
But I don't think I'm a novice either. And I think the issue with my guild, that is New Testament scholarship in particular, is not that these scholars don't know how to read Greek. It's what Greek they're going to read. So we have a stovepipe attitude toward the Bible that connects the New Testament to Hebrew Bible and not to the classical world, which is the world actually the authors live in. And my specialty is in Greek poetry, which is a genre that is almost universally rejected. And I call that Homerophobia.
The best guess is that there were 47 translators who were all skilled, highly skilled in Greek and Hebrew. Today, when somebody's highly skilled in Greek, like Jeff Syker and me, we're considered highly skilled in Greek. That means we can kind of slosh our way through a Greek text if we have a good dictionary sitting next to us. These guys, including King James, could speak Greek and did speak Greek to each other when they felt like it. And they could read Hebrew like the newspaper. So, I mean, these were serious scholars who, their excuses, they didn't have TV. There was no ESPN. What did they do? They sit around and they studied Greek. I mean, this is what they did. And so and Latin and Hebrew and what.
So this is the one point of agreement that I can grant Dr. Hillman, is that in general, the state of the field right now has such a poor command of Greek. Like the Greek is being de-emphasized in classics programs and in seminaries. Now, I think that there's a resurgence. I think that there may be sort of a renaissance in place right now online among enthusiasts of people who are learning Greek on their own and who are going out there. You're producing content that focuses a lot on Greek sources. Like there's renewed interest in this, but Hillman's description of being able to just toss Greek at any scholar and have them be like, I can't translate it without a lexicon, he may be right about that.
To some degree, I think he was a little more literal, like not a single classicist on earth. I think that's overstating the case. And then he kind of backpedals out on Nonus saying 90%. If we get literal, but I don't know. I mean, I don't want to hold anyone's feet to the fire on a literal hip fire conversation on a Danny Jones podcast for everything they say. However, he is claiming to be almost omniscient with the Greek texts that fly in front of his face. And we're going to see some of the shortcomings. The other thing I wanted to mention is I'm actually thankful for Ammon in a sense for that renaissance, that renewal fire that is going on for people who are interested in Greek. However, while I'm thankful for the renewed interest and the observations of it, I don't like the cultic kind of packaging that is required here. I don't expect you, who might get inspired by one of my documentaries, to then therefore believe everything I say and follow all my footsteps and be followers of me. And if you don't step in line like Neil didn't do on everything that I say, I'm done talking to you. There's so many signs to why I said I will never interview this guy on my channel. I have no interest in having him participate with MythVision. And that's other reasons. But I just want to make that point. Like, if he wasn't so toxic, then there would be no video, I don't think, critiquing the guy. There's this combination of things that are happening, and then the fans come and start barking at 3 a.m. as a metaphor at our window, annoying us with nonsense. So now we have to.
But I think if proficiency in Greek and the ability to like translate Greek without a lexicon, like if those skills were sort of more broadly distributed, you would have a long line of PhD candidates like Wes Huff and people with real qualifications who would just be swatting this stuff away, right? It would just be so easy. But because Greek gets neglected and because people rely so heavily on lexicons, I don't think there are a lot of people who are, I wouldn't say qualified. There are lots of people qualified, but there aren't people who are really willing to sort of roll up their sleeves and dig into this to this dirt. And that's what I've done here. I pull up entries from the lexicon to back up everything I'm saying, not because I need it, not because I don't understand what these basic words mean and I need the lexicon to figure out what they mean because I'm decoding everything. I'm just bringing receipts here.
And not only that, that's the funny part about it is you're going to see only certain receipts will be brought, and it excludes some of the evidence that are in these lexicons that Ammon's doing. So yeah.
And also, one of the big differences between what's going on in the literature written by Greek elites and the literature written by early Christians is the Christians are using the Koine Greek, common Greek. This is street Greek.
Okay.
It's the Greek that you use as a second language. These are not people who were raised reading Plato and Aristophanes and all these other people. And so this is, they're more closely related to classical Greek over and against the New Testament Greek, which is generally referred to as Koine Greek, which means vulgar or common.
Okay.
And so they use words in different ways. And this is one of the main points, is that all the literature that Ammon is pointing to is exclusively classical literature or literature from elite Greeks who are literarily trained and all that kind of stuff. He knows a lot more than I do about medical texts in classical and early Greek literature.
He knows a lot more than I do about medical texts in classical and early Greek literature.
He's a classicist, which means that he has done his training in Greek literature, and I believe he specialized in medical texts. I don't begrudge classicists for getting lost in it. I just wish they would stay there, which is something that a number of them don't do, and he's one of them. His Greek is great, as well.
Like, his Greek is great, as well.
Even then, like, he's got these weird, because he's immersed in these medical texts, and then he's taking the meanings of words that appear in these medical texts and applying those to everything.
But there's people saying, "Oh, Ammon's been studying Greek for 30 years." Great, that's excellent. That doesn't mean that he's right. You can read Greek texts for 30 years and read them poorly. You can read Greek texts for 30 years and not understand interdisciplinary studies, to not understand translation studies, to not read the Septuagint closely for its actual linguistic data, the text linguistic data that we see in it. So it's really, that's just an appeal to an authority. We want data. Are we dealing with data? Don't just say he's great, he's a great Greek scholar, or I'm a great Greek, anyone. What is the data? That's what we want.
He doesn't deserve the word scholar.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not a scholar. He's an apologist for a certain ethic. And it is difficult to hear it because it is so abusive. And it does not do justice to the gay and lesbian community to have an apologist like this who's so outrageous. And I feel for people who fall for those kinds of ploys. Really, I do.
And I weighed these arguments and I really, really gave him the benefit of the doubt. Try to find out, listen to his arguments, followed him all the way to the end. Is the Greek the original or is the Hebrew the original? And he was wrong. He's just flat wrong. There's just so much evidence that the Hebrew came first. When he found out that I believed the opposite thing as him, he told me I needed to be purged and never talk to me again. Now this guy's a Greek wizard though. He's an actual PhD. He used to be a professor. He got fired for going too hard in school. He thinks he's like a chosen one. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He thinks he's like a special person getting inspiration from the divine muse.
Ammon does have a very specific level of expertise, and he's very proficient in classical Greek as it relates to medical texts.
He's very proficient in classical Greek.
His arguments in particular are not just fringe, they're him against the entirety of the scholarship. And that's where he's taking very specific parameters for words, and he's then applying them in ways in contexts where they just do not apply. Hermeneutics is this interpretation. It's the methodology of interpretation that we use on a particular text. Before hermeneutics is exegesis. And exegesis is a Greek word that literally means to bring out. Right? The opposite would be eisegesis, to read into. So when you're exegeting something and you're looking at an ancient language, you're trying to get at the author's intention by different levels of contextual application. So there's immediate contextualization, there's document contextualization, there's historical contextualization.
What about contingent affirmation? That's got to mean something.
To give him the credit where it's due in saying he knows classical Greek and in a particular vein incredibly well.
He knows classical Greek incredibly well.
However, he then extrapolates that and says, this expertise allows me to make conclusions like the Greek translation of the Old Testament is not a translation, it's the original. And the Hebrew is the translation. When of the tens of thousands of Septuagintal scholars, so that's the Greek translation of the Old Testament, the Septuagint, no one holds that position.
Right.
Not like there's a contingent here. Nobody. And I think, unfortunately, it's emblematic of the fact that specificity and expertise in one area does not necessarily then extrapolate it into all of the areas that could possibly be adjacent to that.
That's a good point.
It's almost flattering. They sit there and say, oh, he surely knows his Greek, right? Oh, but he only knows his classical Greek, not his Koine, right? And then they'll say in a couple sentences, oh, he sure knows his Greek. You know why? Because they're watching me use it.
See the problem?
Absolutely. They're giving him too much credit, and he sees that, and he's absorbing, I'm an expert in Greek. I also found it interesting, Kip immediately almost backpedals when he says, like, and he may not have the full picture of what you're trying to get at here when he said that, but his point about the misuse of medical interpretations of words and applying them, Christing, these kinds of things in different contexts. The other thing, and I'd love to have you just chime in here to give your whole perspective here, that is, when I'm seeing all of these different people constantly say expert in Greek, Ammon is creating, because these guys are taking him so serious as a Greek expert, he's creating an environment where guys like Kip and Dan McClellan, who engage in not only Dead Sea Scroll and Septuagint Hebrew Bible study, but the New Testament study, it perpetrates the common myth that Litwa, Robin Faith Walsh, Dennis McDonald, and other experts have been pointing out about how Hellenized, there is no dividing wall of difference between Koine Greek here, and like you pointed out with Plato, or using classical Greek sources. Guys, that's fringe. Stop doing that with New Testament studies. it actually creates a negative environment for the scholarship that MythVision wants to peddle and push forward, rather than the age-old Jews had these ideas completely isolated from the Greco-Roman or classical world, and therefore we should not be using that as an interpretive possible framework. Because what's he doing? He's pulling poop mouthing and Christing and little boys and gardens and stuff and making them go, classicists should not do this. But is he really a bona fide classicist in Greek, Stephen? That's the
this is there's some myth making going on here, and the myth making that's coming out of coming out of the mouths of people that I respect.
Right.
They're making this way too complicated, right? Like Hellenistic Greek texts are built on the foundation of classical Greek. That's the foundation. The common dialect is Common Attic, right? Mixed with Ionic. And you can't construct this wall, this dividing wall between the New Testament and classical sources with respect to language. Language changes over time. The meaning of words change over time. There are Hellenistic era lexicons that I go into detail in my video about that were created in the first few centuries AD to help define words from Attic Greek and define words from Homer that had either dropped out of the language or changed meaning. There's definitely a change in meaning, but that change isn't necessarily associated with the development of the Hellenistikikini dialectos, the common Hellenistic dialect that emerged from the leveling of all of the different dialects and the sort of merging of emergence in the wake of Alexander the Great of a new form of Greek that was just the lingua franca. Like it was based on Attic Greek, and everybody could read those Attic texts. Everybody who is writing in the New Testament obviously has some training. And what were they trained on? They're trained on Plato. They're trained on these Attic texts. So you can't. It is so contradictory to say, oh, he's so good at Greek, but only classical Greek, and that is what prevents him from properly interpreting the New Testament. Like that's wrong, because the implication of that logic is that you can't take anyone seriously if they have a background in classical Greek, because they're all going to fall into this trap.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm pushing back on here, is this idea that, oh no, Koine is different. And he's really good at classical Greek. He just needs to stay in his lane.
Yeah,
right?
Kip said that. And then Dan added his own 2 cents of kind of isolating the Greeks, separating them completely and doing that. Again, that is not the same apologetics that I've been dealing with, but it is a form of like this apologetic of like getting people out of the way who are in the classics arena. And I would not put any other classical scholars into that arena. At best, you could probably include Carl Ruck because he brings a lot of these kind of like drug-induced kind of interpretations from the Greek world that are typically in these other texts from Apples of Apollo and such, and then sometimes might potentially apply that. But he's even cautious. While he thinks the New Testament is just a story and he's a mythicist in that sense, he's even cautious in how he interprets. He does not agree with Ammon in so many ways. So anyway,
well, speaking of Carl Ruck, let's take a look.
Let's take a look
at how he corroborates Hillman.
In Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, there are only 8,000 unique words. In ancient Greek, somewhere around 1.5 million.
Wow.
Look, how many words did ancient Hebrew have? According to the Gilad Zuckerman, the number of attested biblical Hebrew words is 8,198. Bear that in mind. Ready? Hit me with the TLG. This is the Thesaurus Lingua Graecae. Watch. The number of Greek words in the corpus amounts to 110 million. While the number of unique word forms, and this is the one that's really important, I want you to pay attention as future classical philologists. Unique word forms is at 1.6 million. How many did we have in Hebrew? A couple thousand. Greek has it's been estimated 250,000 to upward. I've seen upward of 500,000 unique words. Just to give you a way to compare it, ancient Hebrew has about 8,000. The unique word count alone is off the chart for Greek. It is a superior language that devoured languages in antiquity. It just ate them up. Greek was the behemoth. It was the dragon of antiquity. Modern Greek is nothing like it.
So I go into more detail in this video if you want the whole
The
truth.
idea that modern Greek is totally different from ancient Greek can be easily disproven by simply cherry-picking examples of where it's completely obvious that modern Greek still carries on a lot of the core grammar and vocabulary of its ancestor, ancient Greek, with specific modifications. The noun declension system is very much intact, especially when it comes to literary vocabulary that's been inherited from ancient Greek. Modern Greek nouns have lost the dative case, even though it's preserved in many set phrases. And the verb conjugation system is very different, but it maintains the core system of verbal aspect, mood, and voice, which enhances the ability of modern Greek speakers to acquire proficiency in ancient Greek if they choose to study it.
Because everybody, I'll tell you a secret, everybody who studies who has ever been exposed to ancient Greek, and this includes modern Greeks, and I studied with modern Greeks, and I can tell you for a fact, it is humbling. Ancient Greek is humbling. 1.5 million. That's a ton of unique words. Think of the brain power it takes to be able to produce that. Because modern Greek is the result, is the offspring of the church forcing itself on Mother Greek. And what happens? You get modern Greek, right? So it's not the same. 1.7 million. Nobody. Modern Greek is probably 60,000, 70,000. There's no way.
That's one of the largest modern Greek lexicons with 150,000 lemmas.
Και επειδή ρωτάνε συνήθως πόσες λέξεις είχε η αρχαία, ξέρουμε από το Little Scott Jones ότι είχε 125.000 σωζόμενες, μαρτυρούμενες λέξεις. Όμως ο Βιλαμόβιτς μας λέει ότι τα κείμενα τα οποία έχουν σωθεί είναι μόλις το 1/5 της αρχαίας γραμματείας. Επομένως, το ότι έχουμε αυτές τις 125.000 λέξεις είναι σε σχέση με τα κείμενα που έχουν σωθεί. Έχουμε ένα τεράστιο αριθμό λέξεων που έχει χαθεί διότι δεν κατεγράφει.
So that was the guy who authored, that's Georgios Babiniotis, who authored the modern Greek lexicon, who is explaining for anybody who is just listening and didn't get a chance to read the subtitles I have there. He's showing that we have, he quotes 125,000 words preserved in the TLG that are just probably a fifth of the text that we have recorded, that we just have attested. And when we uncover some new tests, some new texts, some new discovery of manuscripts, sometimes we just find new words, right? Because there's just so much Greek literature out there. And for Hebrew, because of the nature of the texts that the Jewish people chose to preserve, we just got the Bible.
It's also interesting to think about geographically how large the area may have been and the amount of people in comparison to Greek and how long that had influence. And then factoring in where Hellenism starts to spread, right? Now you have other people starting to speak your language. At what point in history, if we're doing apples to apples, at what point in history do you actually have Hebrews dominating entire cultures and making them speak their language, now creating new words, adding new ideas? Like, there's just a lot more. And yes, there is some admission here. Preserved Greek, we have so much more preserved. That's why I told people, go check out your original video. That's part one to this, because you're going to go into all of that and debunk this apologetic that is being presented by Ammon as if this language is just a superior language. Rather, we're just missing evidence. There's just a lot that we just don't have, like you just said
Hebrew.
about for Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, and he's also taking a 3,000-year span of Greek that includes Byzantine and some modern Greek sources into the mix. So he's pointing at like the number of words that would have been in the language in a specific period of time, and that is not the 275,000 limata, the lemmas that are the dictionary forms of those words. That's coming from all over the place. That's coming from Homer. In the Hellenistic period, you had people making lexicons to define these terms from Homer because they didn't have them anymore in the language. They dropped out of the language, but they're preserved in writing. So if you were just to take a snapshot of how many words an individual native speaker of Greek would have a command of in a specific period, it's not that many. You can. My other video goes into all of like how many words did Homer use, how many words did Plato use, how many words did Aristotle use. If you just look at the Homeric corpus, it's like 15,000. Like some of them are like 10,000. That's how many an individual person uses in a small corpus. It's comparable to the Hebrew Bible, and I have all of those statistics. All that data is there in the original video.
Go check it out after this video or now.
So, look. By the way, Dan, I can hear modern Greek in what you're saying, which is seminaries do this because they do not teach Greek well. But this dude whose pronunciation betrays his seminary training, like the sound of a seminarian gagging on some kind of medical applicator. Yes, that's what the grade that I give you. Yes. You get the seminarian gag. Fantastic. Oh, God.
Without getting into the weeds about ancient Greek pronunciation, I'll simply note that it's common in academic circles outside of Greece for scholars to use a variety of reconstructed pronunciation systems like Erasmian pronunciation. In Greece, there are over 10 million native speakers of modern Greek who can natively articulate ancient Greek, using the ecclesiastical pronunciation you hear in the Greek Orthodox Church. This is the pronunciation you'll hear me strive for in this video, which is incredibly useful for people who want to acquire Greek as a living language and model their speech on the cadence of native speakers. Since Dr. Hillman makes fun of his critics for their pronunciation, his stilted failure to articulate Greek is fair game. I'd like to draw attention to a handful of Greek words that he habitually butchers by putting emphasis on unstressed syllables where they don't belong, because they don't have accent marks. Whenever he mispronounces a word this way, it will be flagged with a buzzer. So for the record, the adjective deadly is pronounced thanasimos, with the stress on the antepenultimate syllable. Dr. Hillman mispronounces it as thanasimon in the phrase something deadly, thanasimonti, which he thinks is a drug. The feminine noun that sometimes refers to the reported efficacy of a therapeutic medicine is pronounced epangelia, with the stress on the penultimate syllable. Dr. Hillman mispronounces it as evangelion, as if it were neuter, trying to make it sound like evangelion, which means gospel. Lastly, there are Hillman's 3 favorite words where he misplaces the emphasis on the second to last penultimate syllable, even though the accent mark is over the last ultimate syllable. The adjective naked is not pronounced gumnos. Greeks pronounce it like gymnos, and in Attic Greek, it may have sounded like gymnos, but not gumnos. He's popularized the mispronunciation of the noun translated as bandit, saying it like leistes. Greeks today pronounce this word like listis. In Attic Greek, it may have sounded closer to leistes or leistes, but not leistes. Lastly, the word for linen cloth or linen garment is not sindon, it's sindon, or maybe sindon in ancient Greek.
Are you the only one that's translating this stuff this way? No, there's other people.
No, I'm just the first one to have guts to do it.
Are there other classicists or linguists who have translated these same texts you are and corroborating what you're saying?
Yeah, Dr. Ruck, for example, and that's why I always throw him out as my corroborator. Dr. Ruck will tell you, because he and I translated Apocalypse together, and I showed him my breakdown and outline of it. And so he can tell you, all I'm doing is translating. None of this stuff is made up. It's just straight up translations. But it's translations coming from somebody who's actually read the medical side and read the science side and can talk about what the terms are actually doing. This is the battle I've been fighting. Nobody reads their Bible anymore. That people need to read the Bible, right? Because there's a kid with Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? Raise your hand if you've heard of the kid with Jesus. Look, it's only a couple people.
He's not a kid, but he didn't have
Sorry, young man. Young man with Jesus. Yeah, sorry. The name. To me, he's a kid, right? But yeah. No, this is not a...
To me, he's a kid.
The age group that Dr. Ruck is referring to is how the kid is... He's a neoniskos. He's a gumnos neoniskos. somewhere around puberty. Somewhere
Carl
around
Ruck just
puberty.
won't let
Could
him
be a
get
little
away
bit
with it.
before. Scholars
Yeah.
will argue about how late it goes.
Oh, what a
Whatever.
weird dude.
You're exactly right. It's about puberty, right? And that's where his range is. So they're using these drugs, and that's what's disturbing. This is where it kind of gets disturbing. It reminds me of the touching of Jesus when he touched the little children. And Dr. Ruck can verify this, so you don't think I'm a quack. The verb that the Greek uses. Remember, the situation is Jesus is touching children. Parents are coming to the disciples and saying, "Make him stop touching the children."
There's
right?
the text,
And then he's
people.
like, they come
There
to
it
him, they're
is.
like, they don't want you to touch the children anymore. And he's like, he gets upset and he's like, "You're going to scandalize this whole situation. What are you doing?" That word for touch is the same word that's used for. So there's this fine, it can just be regular touching, but it's also stroking. It's also stroking. So is there something about the feeling and within the religious context of the feeling and the feet with the hair and I think there is. Was he touching was he children, Carl Ruck?
The stories told about Jesus, people telling the stories were not trying to say that Jesus was children.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Case
It
closed.
was just for some reason the parents wanted him to stop touching. Why do you think the parents wanted him to stop touching the children in a way that would scandalize him?
Which verse are you talking about?
Just look up Jesus touching children. It's in one of the Gospels, probably more than one.
Oh, but you're talking about when he's in the garden and he has the.
I think it's John. When we started this process, I told you, congregation, the devil told me, you can't lie to them at all. And I was like, not at all. Even just once, like maybe if I don't want somebody's feelings to get hurt. And he said, no, 0. And I said, why? And he said, because your credibility will be very important and they will try to break you through your credibility. If they can't, he said, they will put words in your mouth. Right? I have no arguments for you. I have no opinions. You can quote me as saying nothing that thou shouldst do or not do anything. Yeah. Here, we serve the text, baby. This is the museum. We serve the text. Now, I'm going to give you my translation, which is going to differ from modern, or at least classically important translations. And I'll show you. One of them is by Browning. Here's the Browning translation. Yeah, and here and there, heaven high, the torch uplifts, flame medicated with persuasions mild, with foul admixture unbeguiled of holy unguent, from the clotted chrism, brought from the palace, safe in its abysm. That, by the way, Robert Browning made up that word, right? Which is something, yeah, he did. Chewy's looking at me like, are you kidding? No, he had to find something to rhyme chrism, right? So he just made it up. But I'm going to give you my translation, right? So here and there, this very tall Amazonian. What is she doing? She's waving her torches because these are night rites that the priesthoods are involved in, right? You realize, right? We caught her right in the act of the rites. And what is she? Look at that fourth line down. Pharmasomene. Covered with drugs, under the influence of drugs. What kind of drugs? The royal drug that comes from her innermost recesses. The holy Christing. Powered by that painkiller that causes us to be softened. She is covered with the drugs. She is Christing. She is Christing. What is that pharmacia? So I just want you to be in there. I want you to be in there and realize it means treat by using pharmaca, generally treat, right? And it talks about Homer. So it goes all the way back to Homer. We got it connected with methu, which is where we get drunken or intoxicated. And it means number 2, to enchant or bewitch by potions or filters. Now remember, when they say enchant or bewitch, they've taken you into the back alley.
There
right?
it is.
That enchantment.
That's his
that
source.
Enchantment is
what we
a
just saw.
change to your mental state. And
LSJ
remember what these
refutes
people
him.
like Clytemnestra are doing.
LSJ tells
They're
you.
putting the purple in their hair.
Hillman's blatant mistranslation of Aeschylus should give anyone pause if they take him seriously as a classicist. Here his translation is describing Clytemnestra as being covered with drugs and under the influence of drugs. Hillman insinuates that the antecedent of the adjective pharmasomeni is Clytemnestra, and his translation reflects this. He says that Clytemnestra is covered with drugs, under the influence of drugs. That is not the case. He translates chrima as Christing, even though that is completely nonsensical. If you look at the complete text of Agamemnon, lines 83 to 96, it becomes very clear that Clytemnestra cannot be the antecedent of the adjective pharmasomeni. Anyone can clearly see that the antecedent is lambas. And if you look at any standard translation from Browning or Summerstein or Smith, they all display an awareness that the antecedent of medicined or flame medicated is the flame itself. It's the torch itself. The LSJ entry makes this explicitly clear.
Apelthon es ta opiso kai episan hamai. Yeah, so they said, "Are you Jesus?" He said, "I am." And it says they went around to his back. They circled him. They went around him so he couldn't get away. And episan hamai, they fell on him. They attacked. The Greek uses this for falling all the time. All the time. The one enemy falls upon another. You know, so they surround him and they take him, they start to arrest him. They grab him.
In John 18:6, episan chame simply means fell to the ground. It doesn't mean they fell on top of Jesus. This is confirmed by simply looking up the definition of chame, on the ground. There's no documented usage to support the interpretation of fell on in the sense of attack. In John 9:6, Jesus spit on the ground, eptisen chame, and made mud from the saliva and applied epechrisen, the mud, to his eyes. Here it's epichrio, to rub on the surface. In Mark 8:23, Jesus spits directly into the man's eyes but doesn't rub anything in. And in Mark 10, Jesus declares, "Your faith has healed you," where he didn't need to use the eye salve at all.
Look at the epichristos. I love this. Smeared on, right? Painted, right? Give me the next one. There's a companion flower there. I love that. They don't need to see that one. And here's the Christos. I just want you to see it, people. Look, here is the word Christ. Danny Jones, please look at this word. You can see it in the Greek and it says in Christ station. And it's something that you rub into somebody. And where do you rub it? Look at the Greek in the blue. It's in the blue. Eistus ophthalmus. Oh, isn't it? Greek is so sexy. Ancient Greek. Modern Greek is not ancient Greek.
When the verb chrio is used with the prefix n, it implies to rub in. We say that in English as well. It just means to anoint, chrio, in a way that is a bit more thorough. En chrio, to anoint or to anoint oneself. And this form of the verb is used in classical literature to refer to stinging and pricking.
Oh God, after this I saw a huge crowd and nobody was able to, it was so big, nobody was able to number it, right? And from where'd these people come from? They were from every group, every tribe, every peoples. They had all different languages and standing before the throne and before the fleece. And they were wrapped in white and they had fornicates in their hands. What did they have? What did these revelers and worshipers of the great and almighty, what did they have in their hands? They had date palms. Oh, come here. Come here, biblical scholar.
What? They had date palms in their hands.
I don't know what to do.
So what does he think they had?
You can't get it out of them. You can't get it out of them. Give me the next one and show me. Let's look at this word phoenix. What is a phoenix? Well, it's one of those Phoenicians that we were just talking about, right? One of those Phoenicians, good. And they're living in Sidon. That's great. We've identified them as a group. So do they have Phoenicians in their hand? No, they don't have Phoenicians in their hand. What do they have? They have the purple or the crimson. They have the purple or the crimson. Interesting. What kind of things have those?
There it is.
Crimson and that purple. Look at the gowns and the flocks. You know what the flocks is? You got that purple madness. Hit me with the next one. Let's keep going with the purple.
Ancient Greek color classification included a variety of terms that fall somewhere in the spectrum of what we might consider to be magenta or violet or purple. Porphyra was simply one kind of purple that fell in the spectrum.
Let's go. Look what's happening, people. Now, for those of you who don't believe me, I know there's going to be someone out there, even though I put this up, this is for that dude. Hey, guy, you who are sitting out there, I know you're thinking this. You're going to be like, I'm going to write him an email and I'm going to ask him, where's your source? You're looking at it. You're looking at it. Are you ready? We're talking about people who are really, really, really Christing parts of their mouth with poop. How do you get totally poop mouth in Antiquity? How do you get poop mouth? Dude's got poop mouth. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Don't be scientific about this. He's Christed on his mouth. This is application, people, right? You're applying. You're using that applicator, that alabastrin, whether it's human, whether it's flesh or not. Eat my flesh. Right. Sorry. That was Jesus. Eat my flesh and drink my blood. Remember? That was the game. Galen's just describing the medicine. And what happens? You got to be Christed with the poopies.
This reference by Galen is severely mistranslated by Dr. Hillman. Galen is conveying a second-hand account written by Xenocrates of people who are ingesting excrement and smearing it around their mouth and inside their throat. But the passage further down is actually referring to smearing one's body with the excrement. The term soma means body, not stoma, which means mouth.
And let me tell you something, the word gospel. How about if we just look at gospel? The gospel, you know what the gospel is? It's a word the doctors use. Wait, what? The gospel is medical term? Yeah. And guess what? It's way older than the Christian usage. The thing that you call the Christian usage, it's way older. And it's been used over time. What does it mean? It means the power of bringing health that the concoction has. So you have compound drugs and they're gospel. They're evangelion or they're epangelion. They use both. It's either evangelion or epangelion. And what is that? That is the power of a drug. It is its efficacy in the treatment of disease. The gospel is the efficacy of the Christ.
LSJ gives the primary definition of evangelion as reward of good tidings given to the messenger. In its secondary sense, it refers to good tidings or good news, and this applies in the Christian sense to the gospel. Middle Adele also distinguishes between the Greek sense of a reward of good tidings and in the Christian sense of the gospel.
We're looking for the gospel. The evangelia, and some of you say, well, look at that. It looks just like evangelia. which is the gospel. Yes, that's our context, right? We already got off the ship. We're standing here with Galen. Every drug combo has a gospel. Yeah. Everyone has something that it does, things that it cures. It's the gospel of salvation. And are these words occurring in the pre-Christian? You mean they're talking about gospels and Christ before Christianity?
If you look at Galen's use of the term epangelia, you can see that this is the promised or advertised therapeutic property of a medicine. This is the efficacy of the drug. It has absolutely no connection to the Christian usage of the term evangelion, which means good news. Evangelion is neuter, epangelia is feminine. These are very different words that come from the same root.
There are many who trust in the efficacy of these drugs, right? These drugs that he's talking about in this text. This is a physician. And I just wanted you to see the bottom line, that middle word, epangeliais, right? That is the word gospel. That is the word gospel. Ep and eo, angelia, variants, right? They're used interchangeably. And you'll see that. And this here, what is he talking about? He's talking about what is the gospel of those drugs. These people have faith in the gospel of those drugs. Right? They're mixtures of plants and whatnot. Do you understand? The gospel is your salvation. You're bringing to health, right? Okay, look, but I promised you dying and stuff. I promised you dying. Here's another. This is Alexander Traley's doctor. Give it to me. Give it to me, Chewy. Are you ready? Oh, God. What are they working with? What kind of drugs are they working with? Now, people, I say this all the time and nobody ever believes me. So here it is. Let everybody feast their eyes on the antidote that is the theriac, the theriacal antidote. Why doesn't it just say the antidote? Because this isn't just any antidote, right? You see that last word in Greek, antidoton. This isn't just any antidote. It is one that is used as a theriac. That is, it is used in combination with a death inducer. Do you understand? This is the physical rite of the mysteries that you think you're celebrating on Sunday that you are absolutely not.
Alexander Trallianos uses the feminine noun epangelie in the plural to rail against the practice of over-prescribing potentially harmful antidotes. He bemoans the fact that many of his colleagues naively trust in the promised efficacies epangelia of these treatments, othen πολλοί πιστέντες τες επαγγελίες αυτών, yet failing to discern the matter carefully, ή τα μη ακριβώς διακρίναντες, administered them and were responsible for causing great harm and dangers. Δωδεκότες έτι μεγίστης βλάβης και κινδύνων εγένοντο. One example he gives is the overprescription of the theriac antidote, which he deems to be a harmful remedy. Instead, he recommends avoiding antidotes altogether.
Here's your gospel, people. What does this say in Greek? Soterion de pragmaton euangelon. Oh, did you hear me use my digamma? Yeah? Euangelon. Oh, sounds like a W. Love it. This is the good news of those salvation things that we possess. This is the gospel. You mean the gospel was originally a gospel of drugs?
If you actually look up the reference to Agamemnon, it's true that soteria here is being used for salvation, but evangelos means the person who is bringing the good news. This is not to evangelion. To evangelion would be the good news itself. There's no connection here to the Christian use of the term gospel. That is distinct.
What is salvation? What is salvation? Salvation is the state you enter once you have the drugs. Soter, that which brings the health. The salvation is the health. Do you understand the great physician now? Oh my God. And People don't know it. Your Bible scholar won't know it. Right here, give me a Bible scholar to kick around right now. You right into the poop hole. Boom. You don't know these terms because you don't read Greek. You just pretend to. Bible scholars and New Testament theologians, you're friggin' losers. Galen and Alexander Traley is a doctor I'm going to show you in just a minute.
He never
They
shows
know.
it, by the way.
And they use the name
I'll show you.
Savior for specific drugs that have a gospel.
Greek terms like save and savior and salvation often overlap with the concept of healing, when someone is saved from suffering or restored to health. Bible scholars are well aware of this because the verb save, sozo, gets translated as heal in appropriate contexts, and save or preserve in other contexts. This verb is related to the Greek adjective sos, which means safe or healthy or intact. So the mundane fact that salvation can refer to the salvific effects of medicine and healing is not earth-shattering or controversial among scholars who know Greek. It can simply refer to the attainment of bodily well-being or spiritual well-being. The noun sotir refers to a person who delivers this salvation or preservation or healing. So it's translated as savior or deliverer. And the Greeks often gave epithets to the gods that included this term. LSJ focuses primarily on epithets to Zeus, and under that, it gives epithets to other gods like Apollo and Hermes. Beckus gives us a similar epithet, Saotis, applied to Dionysus. And lastly, the LSJ affirms that both the Greek Old Testament and the Greek New Testament apply the epithet Savior to the God of Israel and to Jesus Christ.
You got to jump from place to place, people. Do you know what you're looking at? You are looking at the proof that baptizing is a process of intoxication. You have never seen a baptism. They do not exist. They ceased to exist several hundred years after Christianity began. But Christianity did have time to actually baptize. And oh God, look at this. You know what this phrase says? Kai kare barunti, kai be baptismenoi eoiken. Yeah, he's describing to us certain effects, to make a long story short, certain effects of things on the body. Yeah. And he says, you know what these people act like? They act like they have been baptized, right? Like they have been intoxicated. They've entered into a state of complete and total mind transference. This is psychotropic and psychedelic out the backside, people. There we were at the Three Fountains with the Indians, and they are getting high, right? They're getting high, and he's going to tell us what happens. So he says, look, you know, what happens to the children when they drink, and the things that the grown people dare to do when they're possessed by Pan. Those things, I don't have enough time to talk about those things, but I'll tell you, the old people, the things that they do, whenever they get wasted, methustosin, right? You see the methylated root on there, right? Whenever they get wasted on this water, what do they do? What do they do? Well, first of all, you got to know the water is possessed by Silenus, right? And so that'll kind of give you an understanding. What do? They immediately go mute. They can't talk, right? And it's very much like someone who is intoxicated and baptized. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The people who are intoxicated, the ones whose minds are drifting, right? They're baptized. Baptism causes you to enter into an altered state, and you say, oh, now I get it. Now it makes sense, right? That's the fun about just reading the Greek, is it clears up things about the Bible that you sounded fairy tale to you and hokey, right? When Jesus is baptized by John, what happens? Dude sees heaven split open and a dove descending on him, runs off, oh God, into what they call the eremon, the wilderness.
The verb baptizo that gives us the English word baptize literally means submerge in Greek. LSJ documents a metaphorical usage of this term like drowning in debt, and the category also has an example of soaked in wine, pointing at Plato's Symposium, where it's clearly used as a euphemism for getting drunk, literally getting soaked. This exact same euphemism is used by Lucian and Dionysius to describe people getting wasted. It's just ancient Greek slang. This is not some groundbreaking revelation that is going to overturn our understanding of how the word baptizo is used in the majority of contexts where it describes literal submersion in liquid, and later Christian texts where it describes baptism. Baptizo is simply not a drug term. No competent scholar would ever draw that conclusion. Like all of Dr. Hillman's theories, this one too is a big nothing burger.
And then he proceeds to go through LSJ and just doesn't find any support for any of this stuff, even though he could point. The LSJ doesn't actually give you this sense that's in Plato, that's in Lucian. Look, if you've watched up until now and you've drunk the Kool-Aid and you're just like, look, this is just so entertaining. This is like, when I watch Hillman's stream, it makes me feel good. And, if he's just a clown,
if you're laughing
for you
at him. Yeah.
I mean, look, like if this is just, if you just like this stuff because it's fun, like fair enough, but like you got to see what's going on here. It's so clear to most people with just regular, judgment. He makes such a big deal out of just like getting, looking up a word and looking up the references and going and digging into them, pointing, see, oh, there's baptized, and oh, there's gospel, and oh, there's this, and oh God. Love it. It's.
Did you see it? Yeah, he sounds like a preacher in a way. Yeah,
and it's like, you look this stuff up. It's very, very basic, and you can't. He's. This is where I've struggled over several months of initially going into this thinking I was just going to follow, the principle of like generosity and just give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he is mostly just mistaken and not lying, not ascribed to him a lie. But when he pronounces evangelia as evangelion and like says that it's a counterpart, he pronounces evangelia as a counterpart of evangelion, and just he moves the stress, he makes a feminine word neuter. He does things that I know that if you got your PhD in classics, like he knows better. He knows the difference. He knows that these texts don't say what he says they say. There's a reason when you see a close-up of like a little tiny piece of a text, you got to ask yourself what's in the surrounding context. And then he zooms out and he keeps going on and on because he found an example of the word baptize that means to be intoxicated, right? I can grant him that. Yes, that's legit. That it's in Plato. It's not like nobody's reading Plato's Symposium. He went and reached for Lucian because he feels like, not a lot of people know that source. And then you have to ask yourself, if you're in this cult, why is he showing a Greek text without a translation, translating it on the fly, not providing a link in the description, not telling people to go look at it, not doing anything for his Greek students so that they can actually acquire the language and read these texts for yourselves.
Right.
You have to ask yourself that question. If you're in this cult, it's not just like, well, I'm not going to believe this guy, Steven, he doesn't have a PhD. I'm going to trust the guy with the PhD. Like, fine. At the very least, I'm giving you the English and the Greek text side by side. So we'll provide sources in the description. Like, you can look this stuff up. You can go on to Loeb. You can go on to Perseus Tough. Those, if you look on screen, you look at that LSJ entry and you see all that blue text, go on to Perseus Tufts and just click on it. Click on the link. It will pull up. Yeah. Click on the link. If it pulls up a Greek text, you're like, oh, this is all Greek to me. there in the top right, there's going to be the word English usually. Sometimes you got to dig for it. But most of the time, on Perseus Tufts, just like you can do on crossbible.com for the Bible, you can pull up the Greek text and the English text and just show them side by side. And if you're just like totally entrenched in this and you're just like, yeah, but I don't trust that translation because it's not Hillman's translation, and there's no trace of what Hillman's talking about in the established translation online, then I'm sorry, you're just like hopeless. Like I can't do anything for you.
And I noticed that when he was commenting about things like the pooping in the mouth and saying, you're going to email me about what the source is. What I find fascinating, and I don't think people caught it, is many of these examples that he never mentions where they're from and just reads them off the fly. You're reading this Greek, you catch it, you find those sources without him verifying where these sources are, and you are able to vindicate, fact check, and see what those sources say. So that's what's really cool, is that you're able to do that by looking at the words, typing them out, figuring out where they come from without him telling you. The other thing is this. For those of you in Ammon's circles, I'm going to try not to use the word cult, okay? I can't help it sometimes because it's pretty obvious to me. The quick criticism you have toward pastors in church who are feeding their flocks and teaching their flocks, and you're realizing, oh, that pastor's not giving you the full skinny on the situation. He's just teaching, and they just trust him. My pastor said, my priest said, that's what we're seeing happening in your crowds, of Ammon's crowds, where he's the pastor. Trust me, bro, I'm the authority. And he's literally kind of done that in such a culty way that he's made himself the only one, even amongst experts in Greek, who, by the way, again, his is not Greek. It's Latin medical text. So not saying he doesn't have some grasp of the Greek, of course. I'm no one to be able to comment on that, as I don't know the Greek, but you've pointed this out earlier. I think it's important to emphasize this point, that it's, for me, as we're going on, and we're going to keep going, I'm more entertained at him than I am in any way thinking anything he's saying is serious. And if Ammon wants to be taken serious as someone who really is a teacher, I can't take this act that way. I could see myself sitting here wanting to laugh. Like I could picture myself wanting to comment in his chat, just going, Ammon, you're the greatest teacher and no one can rise above you, like sarcastically, mockingly in a way. No one can rise above you. You are the number one and everyone else is defeated at your presence. And like just feeding that narcissistic ego. I could see myself doing that. Apart from that.
Go ahead.
No, apart from that, I just can't see myself taking him seriously. And the obsession with drugs and sexual. I mean, bro, this is one of the reasons you've never seen me interviewing with this guy. I did one interview with him and Ruck, other than the one with him and Kip that goes south, and we're going to cover probably some of that. And in the Ruck one, he is just so nasty and unprofessional in his communication. I'm thinking, bro, I'm going to get banned from YouTube. Like what in the hell is he talking about right now?
It's funny that he expects serious scholars, like he expects people from Harvard to come out of the woodwork and debate him and take this on. Like you can see really clearly from everything you're watching that nobody would want to go near this who has like a reputation to defend, right? I don't have a reputation. I'm not a scholar, so I can do it.
Yeah.
But the thing that surprised me about this is that when I went into it, what I assumed I was going to find when I started popping the hood on all of these references and going and digging through the sources was that I assumed, actually, I gave him the benefit of the doubt that what he's saying about these ancient texts is probably true. So you just need to go and look up, see how the words are being used over here in the classical period, and then simply argue that, well, okay, that's in these texts. It doesn't apply over here in the New Testament. That's what everyone's doing, right? That's what Dan's doing. That's what Wes Huff is doing. That's what everyone's doing. They're giving him the benefit of the doubt. They're assuming that he must be right because he's like citing all these medical texts and he's pulling them up on screen. Dan said he went onto his live stream and he got corrected. We're going to see that later. And I assumed that I would look this stuff up and find legitimate interpretations of classical texts and then simply have to demonstrate why they don't apply in the New Testament. Yeah. What I found was shocking. What I'm showing here should be, to most people, shocking.
that basically every single thing this guy says about his sources, every claim he makes, for the most part, I don't know, maybe there's some exceptions, is false, right? Like the baptized thing, yeah, like, okay, that's true. Baptized was a euphemism for getting wasted, right? Like, so there is some truth interwoven into here. But for the most part, most of this stuff does not survive even a cursory fact check
in classical literature. So this is the point
you
you're
could
bringing
go into
up.
this. You could go into this with a semester of beginner Greek, or just like take a crash course. Like come sign up for my Greek course, and I'll show it to you. Like a rudimentary understanding of Greek disproves this. Going through the lexicon entry that he shows on screen on your own in Perseus Tufts, and just clicking on the sources and just reading, like, just, okay, he's shown a Greek text. He didn't tell me where it was from. He's translating on the fly. It's all gibberish to me. Like, if you take a little bit of time to just learn a little bit of Greek, learn the alphabet, look up the source, just get into the translations, get into Loeb, you're just nothing he says survives fact check. Very, very little, very, very few things, very few of his claims survive even a little bit of fact checking. And the scholars who are just sort of sitting back and saying, oh yeah, well, he's good at classical Greek, but it doesn't apply, they're just being lazy. I mean, they have better things to do, apparently.
Yeah. So
than
not
to look up his sources.
You're not jabbing at them in that sense, but you're saying, like, stop saying this, guys, because you really don't realize how wrong he is even in the Greek sources. So scratch New Testament stuff that you would want to train, because their way of dealing with it is like an apologetic too. So let me set up this wall, pushes the Gospels completely separate from the rest of the world. You're saying, guys, I did the work. I've dug in. And in fact, most of the time, the reason he has these really closed up, zoomed in points of LSJ or something is just to give you this one definition, ignoring the likely definition that is in the list of actual examples of sources that you should check out in LSJ, or if it's BDAG, but he's not using BDAG. Like, you're saying, like, dude, guys, I did the work. Stop saying this about Ammon. Stop
saying he's competent. Stop saying he's highly competent and highly proficient in classical Greek. If he secretly is, then he's just lying about it. Then he's just, he's making things up. He's saying things. You can't straddle both positions, that he's really good at Greek, but he's totally incompetent. Like, those are contradictory.
Got it.
Right, I'm not making this up to you, right? Baptizo, it's not like I'm coming up with really odd terms or something. Baptizo, to die, right? To dip or plunge in some kind of dye. Give me the next one. Look at people, just look at this. To dip.
Yeah.
This is just bapto.
Look at this mundane stuff.
To die. All right, so look at some things that you can dye. You want to see something cool? Oh, we found some dyes here. Hang on a second.
Found some dyes here, guys.
Here it is. Look at number 2. Right?
Look,
dye
people.
the beautiful cloth.
Dye the cloth.
Clothing. You can always Christ clothing, right?
Christ
what else can you Christ?
Does it mean drug
You can
clothing?
baptize your hair.
No.
Mystery, people. Anytime you talk about the mystery, you're talking about a drug. Galen. Right?
Galen.
Alexander. Right? Check them out.
Check
and
them
you'll
out.
find that drug, which is the actual
Will.
mystery. It's the one that's called
What is
the
this?
mystery.
What is this image, dude?
You didn't know any of this because you were limited, people. Don't feel bad
Come on,
if you're
bro.
sitting there and you're a Christian. Don't feel bad. You didn't have access to these texts. Right? Not only have the translations that you've been given, not only are they packed full of theological that is not original, but they didn't get the basics, man, because these people don't read the Greek sources. You think these people read any of the Greek sources surrounding these biblical texts? No, they don't. They don't.
Let's look at the actual references from LSJ to the drug called mystery, mysterion, which had well-known uses, or epangelie, for treating abdominal issues, including flatulence. It's described in Galen's On the Composition of Medicines as a treatment for abdominal disorders, which is confirmed in 2 books called On the Treatment of Chronic Diseases. One is by Alexander Trallianos, and the other is by Areteus of Cappadocia, in a chapter called Abdominal Conditions, where it's described as treating flatulence of the bowels. That's right, people. The mystery is all about gas. These are the only 3 sources for this meaning in LSJ that Hillman tells his audience to look up, not expecting to actually be fact-checked.
So, poo-poo gas.
Look at this, people. Drugs. Oh, God, fantastic. Love it. Love it.
I have to say again, I don't know if anyone else is picking up on this. Like, while we're being entertained by him, while he's making like almost like these Freudian slips are like, I'm not making this up. I promise you guys, look at it. Like, he's telling you he's making it up almost. And so either he really is trying to be deceiving, or and he knows better, or he really is like delusionally caught up in this. And the other thing, again, like I was pointing out, the little kid and the mom, it looks like a mom, a dad in the background, and the kid are almost about to like threesome make out together. Okay. I can't help but say it, man. I really don't want to be that guy, Stephen. I'm trying to make this just purely about like how wrong he is about Greek, but I can't help but feel a tug of war happening when he's like making Christianity sound like it's like the cool Greek stuff, right? They're freaking Christing each other and the real drug initiation. Like that's all good. And it would almost include this garden scene that he always is obsessed about because Greeks did that stuff. All these
he goes back and forth. He goes back and forth between condemning it and then condoning it, kind of like he tries to act like he's condemning it,
right?
Because he doesn't want people to believe in it, but at the same time he condones some of it, like in a weird way, like that's the original, like he wants to get down to the layer of the original, like sexualized, drug-induced thing that he thinks is at the heart of the religion that goes back to the mystery religions. But back to the Greek, like you can see, he's just saying there's a drug called mystery. Right. Look it up, people. Like he doesn't give anyone access to it. He's restricted, like he's keeping it, he's holding it back. He sees it in LSJ. He knows it's there. Like he alludes to it, but he did not expect anyone to look any of this up.
So
or to show it on screen or reveal it. He's pointing at sources. He's pointing at specific references because they're in LSJ.
Right.
LSJ refutes him. It's a lexicon that he uses all the time and praises as this amazing lexicon. It refutes him every single time almost.
So that just so viewers understand what the mystery is here, you looked it up and it is gas. It's literally...
Well, yeah, it's a medicine for abdominal disorders. Like they call it mystery. It's the name of the drug. Like it's called mystery. It treats a lot of things. One of them is probably, I don't know, flatulence is the best translation, but they're stomach disorders. It's like it's the ancient equivalent of like Beano or Pepto-Bismol. But you can see that because it's called mystery and because there's this connection to, Paul's mystery and, Jesus's mystery, like he wants Christianity to be a mystery religion. He wants it to be all about drugs, but drugs is just medicine. It's just like health.
But you see how misguided this is, because real scholars do and have seen correlation to actual mystery cults and the early Christian cults. But none of them are trying to do this extreme kind of stuff. And so when you get scholars like Dr. Kip Davis or Dan McClellan to look into New Testament studies, and you get an academic who's in that classicist / New Testament research, and they're going, actually, this walks and talks and acts like a mystery cult, it can turn off an academic who thinks this guy, somehow, who's a PhD expert in Greek, is someone we should be listening to, or at least consider him serious. You see how it's misguiding people and realizing you can have a mystery cult, and you don't need to believe all this nonsense that this guy's talking about, as early Christianity may have been inspired and acted in many of its ways, like the mystery cults around. Like it's just odd to me, is all I'm saying. And then the mixed signals, again, I don't want to dwell on this too long, but the mixed signals of this is condemned. Oh, this is what the Greeks did. Because how does he draw his conclusion on Jesus in the garden and these other weird type of interpretations? He's going to other Greek sources to try and argue those are what they say. That's how
those aren't what those say. That's the whole thing. Yeah, it's like you look at them. That's not what they're saying. Here, we're about to get into another example. Nonus. He's going to go to Nonus and say that Nonus is saying things that Nonus is clearly not saying. Like what?
Right.
Parthenike Christoio. Look at that genitive. Look at that genitive. That's not a typical genitive, right? But we are using a cult meter.
Homeric dactylic hexameter is a cult meter.
Christoio theotokos iketometer. And you read that and you think, a typical person, classically trained person, philologist would read that and say, yeah, that's uneventful. It's about the mother of Christ.
Yeah,
who is she who brings the God? Yeah, she's the virgin, Parthenike, right? Yeah. And she's the one who brings the God. Hikita, she came with them. She accompanied, she showed up. Yeah. So it's not hard to translate, but I want to show you something. Ooh. Look at the third word.
Look at this, guys. Look at this, people.
If you go Wikipedia right now, Theotokos, you're going to find this is a title used for the one who bears God, right? Look at this word. It's got a secret. I'm going to show it to you. I'm revealing this to the world. Are you ready? Here's the big reveal. Get the slides ready, Chewy. We're going to cut this and put it on. So I'm going to set this one up. This is going to be a short or something. Are you ready? It's feminine. She bears the goddess.
What a reveal.
Oh, Jesus is a goddess. Oh,
wow.
It makes way more sense. And I want you to notice the atokos on the bottom, the second line. The atokos, once again, it's not a mistake. It's not a mistake. And you can have an academic discussion of, well, they're doing it to try to fit in meter. You need a long vowel there, and the Omicron is not going to work it. So you need to fit the convention of the dactylic hexameter. I would love to have that debate, but people won't even look at these materials, right? For a sophisticated debate. The fact is, it still says that Mary is the one who produces the she Jesus. The she Jesus. The she God. Oh, Jesus. Is that why you're with the boy Jesus? Because they did to you what you're doing to him?
There are several references to Theotokos in Nonus's Dionysiaka. This is clearly the preferred form of Theotokos that he wants to use to fit his hexameter verse. If he were to use the form Theotokos, it simply wouldn't fit the meter. Here we have a clear-cut example of Rhea, who is described as mother of gods, using the term Theotokos. And we have a very typical foot of 5 dactyls and a spondy, making up the dactylic hexameter verse, following in the tradition of epic poetry. This is super simple and basic. There is no she Jesus. That is very, very silly.
One of the criticisms I know of your work is that, like, show us the sources. Where are the sources? So what do you tend to say to that when people push up against you?
I say exactly what needs to be said. What sources do you want? They're all out there. You said a minute ago, none of this stuff is, well, you may not be able to read the ancient Greek, but Nonus is online. Go look him up. Nonus is a source who talks about Mary using a on Jesus. He had an that she wiped away with her hair. And the reason she put it in her hair was that was where the communion substance went. But Nonus, in his paraphrase of John, says, not only talks about little boys that were with Jesus and the milk from the little boy that was on Jesus's mouth. Okay.
Bro.
Nonus, you want a source? This is what I say to people. Go to the primary sources. I'll tell you whatever you want. He says it was an antidote. That cup they gave Jesus on the cross. Everybody knows Jesus didn't die from crucifixion.
Nonus of Panopolis wrote in his paraphrase of John a retelling of the fourth gospel in Homeric dactylic hexameter verse. It doesn't contain any of the wildly perverted content that Hillman describes. He must be banking on the idea that nobody would ever fact-check him on this. But anyone can read Nonus for themselves. Just as in the canonical gospel, Mary washes Christ's feet with her hair. Joseph is described as metaphorically sipping the milk of faith straight from the sacred lips of Christ. and Jesus dies on the cross after drinking turned wine from a sponge.
Oh, the
Look,
milk.
this is Dioscorides, and I just want you to see, I've been talking about the burning purple, and if you look here at number 4, yeah, there's our porfura, right? And scaesa, right? And it's in an echedunum and xerantike. Oh, what is this? This is our burning purple. This is our burning purple. People have been asking me, what's the burning purple? And what does it do? Well, it says it right here, people. And guess what? It's a catastalticane for hypersarcomaton. Wait, what? Yeah. It is a cure for those growths.
Kais in the masculine or kaisa in the feminine are categorized as the second aorist passive participle. For example, when toast is burnt, it doesn't taste good. The phrase when burnt can be expressed in Greek using a single word, the aorist passive participle, kais or kaisa. It describes the completion of an action, allowing for something else to occur.
The verse that I wanted to address here is porfura kaisa, which I'm going to cite Oldboy here. I got to cite Oldboy. This is a screenshot from one of Oldboy's videos where he translates this as the burning purple.
Capital B, capital P.
Now I wanted to translate it myself too, and I think it's the let's see, what does he got? He's got the aorist active. I think it's the aorist passive, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm just saying. I want to see what people think about that. I'm throwing that out there. We can go back to that.
He knows he's right because I told him.
But it wouldn't even make a difference. It will make a slight difference. It would be the burnt purple, the purple that's been burnt. Whereas in the aorist active, it's the burning purple. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because Dioscorides talks about this burnt purple, where he says it has these different uses, and you can use it to clean wounds, you could use it to clean scars, you can use it for checking overgrown flesh, whatever that means, and it's a detersive of the teeth. It cleans your teeth out.
It's toothpaste.
Look, what people,
look how
I love
frustrated
this.
he is.
We've been having discussions
He saw what
between
Neil said.
YouTubers.
This is the day after.
Okay.
He didn't
Greek.
even respond to Neil right
And
away.
here's where it picked up last time. Get that first one up there. Bring that first one up there. Neil, you're right. Kaisa is
He has to
in a
respond.
passive sense. Burnt, as you said, in the energetic sense of burning purple. It should have been Kaiusa. So
Kaiusa.
you should have a burnt porfura to do the actual job. Now, the conclusion is wrong, based on experience and skill.
Here we go.
The person is right. There's a difference between that passive and active form. They're right about that. But as someone, now I would stop there and I would say, okay, this person is great. You've jumped into the ring, but I can tell by your style that you haven't been wrestling for long. Okay, I can tell.
So dodgy.
You've got a little bit of the tool.
Trust me, bro.
But if you had read,
Trust me, bro.
if you had been pounding
You did the drugs.
those
that I did.
exercises and reading everybody that you could come across, you'd realize that's not what the problem is. The burning purple is exactly as I translate it. Burning purple. Because the word, give me the next one, the word kaio is used as a perfect to mean enkindle or kindle.
Like, what is that?
Burn. And it's used. How do I know that? Because I've read it. I've read it. Come here, seminarians.
This is a question about grammar that he can't answer.
Wow.
Did you get it? Check this out when you've got more time. Check out how the passive is used. And it's used a lot with love. The person who is in love burns. The person who is in love burns. The porfura, that purple, is being used to affect mental state. And I'm going to show you the Greek in just a second. So you'll see it
Gosh.
when we're in this drug party. Mystery cult. Right? Get your terms right.
The references to purple in Dioscorides do not support the interpretation of the so-called burning purple. This is talking about the medicinal use of purple shells when they are burnt. These all use the aorist passive participle burnt. You can see in number 3 that it's describing the use of ash from a burnt seahorse. Similarly, the burnt purple is used as toothpaste. It also reduces overgrown flesh, cleanses ulcers, and aids in healing. This is just medicine. It's clear to anyone who knows Greek that the way that these aorist participles are being used in this context is to refer to things that are burnt. When they are burnt, their properties are activated. There are no references here to the burning purple. The burning purple is not a thing.
I want you to focus on the second word here, pomata. Pomata. What are pomata? Pomata. What are pomata? They are drinks. Potions, sometimes translated as spells. Do you hear how bad Christian translators are? I'm here to say.
The reference to purple shells uses the term pomata, which in some contexts can be translated as drinks, but in this context, it is translated as shells. And it is described as a hair loss treatment.
Do you see me? I am a giant, and no one can stand before me. Not the head of Dallas Theological Seminary's Greek program.
Again, the LSJ is destroying him, right? Like it's not me. Like I didn't make this up. I didn't invent.
I mean, clearly you're pointing out his errors, but yeah.
Look, to be fair, when he pulls up an LSJ entry and just sort of makes stuff up about it, it's difficult. You have to take the entry and break it up and find the author's names are abbreviated, right? So all it says is like A, D, J, period. Like you don't see, okay, that's Dioscorides, that's Aristophanes. Like you have to dig for it. But Perseus Tufts, many times, if it's blue, you can just click on it and just open it up and just see, like, is it what is, the burning purple thing you got to dig for. That's not on Perseus Tuft, but that it's like I said, I'm not making this up. This is just in LSJ. It's the meaning, like, look, poma, it does mean drink. In other instances, it means shell. So you can say, well, I believe it means drink here because he said it, and I'm not going to take your word for it because it means shell. But that exact example is in LSJ, and LSJ tells you the meaning in that context, in that passage. Here it means shells, right? Look up any translation. Nobody will corroborate him on his reading of drinks. And I think he knows it means drinks in some context. I don't think he's thinking that deeply about it. I think he just sees the word drinks and he's like, oh, it means drinks. It means potions. He just isn't really dissecting it and seeing, oh, well, here it actually refers to shells.
This also, there's two things. The first thing I want to say is this is important that we do have lexicons next to us, and we're not trying to just hit fire run with stuff with weird ass mystical interpretations of whatever. And, I can do it on the spot. Yeah. Look, interviews where I don't mean to say mistakes, even recordings, I catch myself make errors where I actually put thought into stuff, The other thing is if we think about how he just addressed when Neil corrects this guy, but does it in the most humble of ways that I know Neil to be acting in, because Neil, when Neil goes off,
very polite,
because I know how Neil can be if he's really snapping on something. And the way that Ammon the next day is addressing that, I know that you would say word salad. He's obfuscating, he's distracting, he's gaslighting, he's pulling an authority fallacy. He's trust me, bro. I know I've wrestled in this ring a lot longer than you. Just trust me. But did you try to decipher what kind of crazy stuff he was actually trying to do to make it make sense? Did you do your best to try and make sense of what he was trying to do to justify his point about it burning purple?
Well, when I asked Neil to bring that up on the stream, I planted that, right? Because I was doing my research from the original Danny Jones interview clip that we're going to see, where he talks about
the mordant for the burning purple that comes from the virgin and all this weird stuff.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to look this up and dig into the sources and find the weird stuff he was talking about. Like, there's some weird stuff in Greek sources, right? Like they are talking about rubbing poop on their body in Galen, right? Like he's admonishing it, but it exists. I didn't find it. And so I went to Neil and just said, where is the burning purple? Like, I'm looking on Loeb for the word, for translations of burning, burnt, flaming, whatever, anything I could think of. I'm looking through TLG for all of the different forms of KO to see if any of them are, if it is the word burn and purple ever connected, right? And I found this one because I saw, like, you know, one of Hillman's students made a video about it, completely miscategorizing the verbal aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that Hillman made a video about, like, when people ask him, where is the burning purple and what does it do? He's like, here it is, people. Here's my example. And he points at this example from Dioscorides. It says the complete opposite. It's just totally doesn't say what he says. There's no cult. It's toothpaste. The burning purple is toothpaste. So I told Neil, like, I don't want to come out in this video and declare that I am, you know, like, that the burning purple does not exist.
Right. You were trying to draw it out of him in a way to get him
I just wanted to look at the examples. Surely the burning purple, if this is the cornerstone of your scholarly career, you're banking on this burning purple. You talk about it all the time. You got 2 million plus views on Danny Jones talking about the burning purple. Surely it exists. It must. You must be talking about something that exists. Maybe you're twisting and mistranslating it, but it must exist somewhere.
Right.
And I was shocked. Like, I could not believe that it really is. Did he really just make this up? Really? That like, I didn't, you know, like, there's a lot of things I wouldn't put past Hillman. This is one that was just like, I couldn't believe it. And then when I did find this one example that had holes in it, I told Neil, you got to bring this up because this is the only thing I'm going on. And he was messaging Hillman, telling me, like, I asked him for, like, just ask him for a source, just one source, just give me a source, please. Like, tell me, where is it? Where can I find it? And so my conclusion right now is it doesn't exist. If somebody in the comments wants to drop a citation to something other than that,
defend your boy.
To the burning purple, just show me purple that's burning. Maybe it's scalding the skin. Maybe it's just, you know, it's dripping out of a virgin. Like, I don't know. Just show me a text, please. Like, Dr. Hillman, just pull up a text and then I'll retract this statement right now. I will retract it. We'll put a correction at the bottom. Anytime I make a mistake, we'll put a correction in the description here. And if I misrepresent something he says, like, please, like, just correct me on it. I said all of those examples from Nonus were from Dionysiaka. There were some from Paraphrase of John. I misspoke. I made a mistake a few minutes ago. I'm happy to admit when I make a mistake. I want to be called out and corrected on my mistakes because I want to be better.
You're not a cult leader? Just kidding.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, go figure. So let's keep watching this train wreck.
Oh, God.
In Greece, fabric and clothing were colored using natural dyes from shellfish, insects, and plants. Skilled craftsmen across the Greek world extracted dyes from these sources and combined them with other substances to create a variety of colors. Murex is the generic name for 3 species of mollusks that reside in the Mediterranean. The substance they secrete was used by craftsmen to create the most expensive dyes in the ancient world, the most famous of which was Tyrian purple. It was imperative that the mollusks be captured alive, as they only secreted the precious purple liquid needed for dyes upon death. Each mollusk only produced a small amount of liquid, and thousands of them were needed to produce even a gram of the substance. Because of this, captured mollusks were usually kept alive in seawater immersed baskets until enough had accumulated to produce a satisfactory amount of dye. Dyers checked the hue of the purple liquid by dipping in raw wool. The hue could be changed by adjusting the temperature of the liquid and by soaking the wool for different periods of time, with longer soaking producing deeper shades. The wool was dyed once before spinning and again before weaving to ensure it maintained its color. While Murex purple dyed wool easily, it did not adhere as well to other fabrics, such as linen. The most common Greek garments were the peplos, the chiton, and the hymation. The peplos, typically worn by women, was a body-length cloth. It was folded back on itself and worn draped over the body and pinned over the shoulders. The chiton was a long garment with sleeves. Ankle-length chitones were normally worn by women, while men wore shorter versions of the garment. A hymation was a mantle that was worn over both the chiton and the peplos. Outside of daily life, there were also specialized clothes worn only in exceptional situations like weddings and religious ceremonies.
Look at Porphyrios here, right? And you see the different dialects that you get from at the top. You got it in Attic, and you got it in Aeolian, and so you got some Sappho there. Well, look at number 1, right? It has something to do with the sea. Number 2,
blood gushing.
The purple. Number 2, the purple.
Purple of stuff, cloths, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Etc.
It's a dye, right? Look at number 3, purple clad. You can have the purple people, right? Walking around with their purple. And then number 4, purple spots. But then number 5 is a specific. And then number 6, mordant. There it is. It's that thing that sets.
It's a specific.
Right?
Move on,
the purple.
Move on.
The reference in LSJ to the mordant used for purple is a reference to purple dye. They are simply talking about dyeing fabric.
Mordant. There it is. It's that thing that sets, right? The purple.
And here we go.
It's the chemical that we're going to be using within the rite to make what is called the burning purple. And that comes from the Virgin. And
it comes from the Virgin.
Yeah. Right. Mary's fingers were covered with purple. And when her midwife came in to check her, because that's what midwives do. All this stuff, by the way, is coming from medicine. It's coming from women's medicine. Yeah, that's where all the science is.
And when the midwife came in to check her.
To check Mary, she palpated her. How'd she do that? It says she stuck her 2 fingers in. Did anybody know that Mary was 12 years old? She was auctioned off. And that her was full of the burning purple. Yeah.
What?
That made it into the apocryphal stuff. Yeah, we got a midwife there and everything. Everybody check it out. I'm not kidding. It's all there.
Oh my God.
She had purple fingers, and those purple fingers burned. Right? It says, the apocryphal texts say it burned her finger, the midwife's finger.
In the Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew, we can see that Mary is tasked with retrieving the purple that's going to be used as the veil in the temple. Mary is described as working at the purple with her fingers. Her fingers are not described as being purple. When Salome inspects Mary, she is making an examination to confirm her virginity. In the Latin text, when Salome withdraws her hand is described as drying up. This text explicitly says that this is because of her disbelief, because she chose to check Mary rather than simply have faith in her virginity. Then her hand is instantly cured when she touches the fringe of Jesus' cloth. The Protevangelion of James also has this narrative in Greek, and here it describes the midwife's hand as burning. But guess what? It's not burning purple. And the burning is probably used figuratively here. Here we have the same narrative where Salome lacks faith in Mary's virginity. She inspects her, and then as a result of her lack of faith, she is cursed with this burning hand. But then she is immediately healed. There is nothing about burning purple. There are no purple fingers. None of these texts look anything like the way Hillman is describing them.
Jeez.
Where are we getting Baptists from?
Case closed on that
And
one.
you say, wait a minute, this thing is jumping all over. No, we're still talking about the purple. Look at this. This is the word buffet.
Dipping of red hot iron in water, hence temper or edge
Not
of a
that one,
blade
not
or
that one,
tool
bro. Stop,
produced
Danny.
thereby.
Danny's just jumping in there.
Danny,
Now look at number 2.
Yep, don't look at that one. Look at number 2.
And the source there is Theophrastus.
Die of blood.
Yeah, that's the source there is Theophrastus, and it's the Historia Plantarum. He was a student of Aristotle. And he's the first botanist. He's considered he wasn't the first botanist, but he was considered to be the father of botany. And if you look at the word that follows Theophrastus, it's porphyra, which is just the word we got out of Herculaneum.
Porphyra.
And it says porphyra vafe. The baptism is a baptism into the purple. They're kindergarten. They don't understand how to use a lexicon. They don't understand how to use a lexicon.
When analyzing any LSJ reference, it's important to pay attention to how the entry is structured. Semicolons are what separate different meanings under a general category. We can reformat the LSJ entry by breaking out separate lines for each individual meaning using the semicolons as a delimiter.
It would be
here
nice
we can
if it looked
easily
like this.
isolate each individual meaning
them or something,
and the reference where that meaning is used according to the lexicographer. And here we can see which authors are using the term listis to refer to piracy, and which authors are using the term listis in the metaphorical sense. If we look at the LSJ entry for Vafi, we can also break it out into different lines using the semicolons as delimiters. The semicolons show us where the boundaries are being divided by the lexicographer. Here we can see the split in definition 2 between the usage in Theophrastus and the usage in Aeschylus. If you actually drill down into the example, porphyra vafi is being used by Aeschylus on the right side of the semicolon. That is not the way Theophrastus is using it on the left side of the semicolon. Anyone with rudimentary skills in using a lexicon will easily be able to spot which definition pertains to which author. Both of these examples are referring to purple dye. That is what vafi means in these contexts. It is referring to dye. This is what the LSJ entry looks like when you break things out into individual lines. And here we see a clear divide between the example in Theophrastus and the example in Aeschylus. In Aeschylus, porphyra vafi is a metaphor for blood. The reference to dye in Aeschylus has nothing to do with baptism. It refers to purple dye. The reference in Theophrastus also refers to purple dye. There are many, many references to purple in Galen, and none of them refer to the burning purple. They refer to purple dye, or marine purple. Galen makes several references to burnt shells using the aorist passive participle. There are many such references to burnt oysters, purple dyes, and shells.
I could see him conflating the way his brain works.
We're still in the cult. Right, Baptists, you know what Baptists carry? They carry
drugs.
Yeah, they carry drugs. Everybody's carrying drugs.
It's like Danny, dude, Danny is like picking up within the first interview. Danny's clever. Danny may not be like a PhD at all or like sit here and absorb academics left and right. But he is clever, bro. He'll pick up on stuff and he'll already be predicting, like he could see a pattern. Oh, it's a little kid, right? Oh, it's a drug, right? Oh, it's a burning purple, right? And yeah. And it's obvious.
Well, and look, if the LSJ broke out its entries the way that I did in my slideshow, it would be 5 times bigger, right? You would have just like 10 volumes of LSJ because they would be writing out the names of all the authors. So there's a reason why it needs to be so condensed. And then they have an index where you can see, okay, this is what these abbreviations stand for. There's a reason for that. But Hillman uses that to his advantage because he's pulling up LSJ. And obviously, like Danny Jones and his audience is like, wow, this is some heavy scholarly stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like it's so dense. And this guy is able to pick it apart because he's a genius and he's so well educated. Well, look, I don't want to be too hard on him for not seeing that like Theophrastus is to the left of the semicolon. You could say, okay, well, it's on screen and like, but he had time to prep.
That's what I was gonna say, dude. He knows about this burning purple thing. He's been pushing. You're gonna tell me he didn't know the source by now after regurgitating the same old burning purple thing, and then him get the right of that semicolon conflated with the left? I mean,
Well, if you look up purple, you're inundated with thousands and thousands of examples. This stuff is just it's just really popular. Like there's purple dye all over the place. And so it wouldn't surprise me if somebody could somehow come back to me and say, no. I mean, there are medical applications of the purple,
right?
Removing growths and toothpaste and stuff like that. So if he can, my assumption is that if it were legit, if this existed and it wasn't a figment of his imagination, he would be showing those examples. They would be on Danny Jones. They would be on his channel. He would be pulling them up all the time. They would be his favorite examples if they existed. And because they don't exist, he has nothing to show. There's nothing there.
He's turning purple dye and purple toothpaste into some secret drug of a mystery cult.
Yeah. And look, they were like, purple is associated with blood, like the color, the dot, like there's stuff there, the purple, there's associations with wine. I get it. But like, if you can't bring the examples, then why are we here? And now we're going to move from his ridiculous misinterpretation of purple into his misinterpretation of Rio, of Christ.
I can't wait to Christ.
Christing. You wanted to see what Christing was. Let's look at what Christing is. Here we come. Yeah. What is the Christ?
What is the Antichrist?
What is the Christ? If you have to know the Antichrist, you have to know the Christ.
Right.
It's a Greek word. For applying a drug to your eyes so that they may be open.
That's what the Christ means in Greek.
Yes, it's from the verb chrio, to be stung by the gadfly. Who's the gadfly?
Who is the gadfly?
Yeah, I don't know. Socrates said he was. It's a thing they had going on. Remember, they have orgies and stuff like that, so you better buckle up, right?
But what does that have to do with the gadfly?
No, oistrous, to be stung. It's a state of mania. They call it in Greek oistromania.
Okay.
To be in an altered state.
Right.
A few moments later.
Christ is a title.
Christ is a title.
Yeah. Christ is a title. Yeah. And it's a pharmaceutical term.
Christ is a pharmaceutical term.
Where you put,
in Greek.
Yeah, yes. And it means
given
there
like
are several examples of it.
Christ is my
but
dog.
It means you can perform an incrustation, they called it, where I give you a drug. It's a drug term, and it means to be putting that thing in your eye.
So to Christ or to christen means to put drugs in your eyes.
Originally.
Originally.
As long as we're translating it accurately.
Translating
it accurately.
He says that the word Christ comes from the Greek word chrio, which it does, right? To anoint. And in ancient Greek medical texts, there is a usage of that, which he has capitalized on with applying drugs to your eyes. Now, more broadly, chrio does mean to rub, particularly a liquid ointment or substance on your body. So this relates to everything from bathing to ritual practices in religious circumstances. But you could likewise say if you were an ancient Roman and you had a bath and you came out and you put on skin cream, right? So your skin didn't dry out. That was an example of chrio. You were applying it to your body. Well, within the religious connotation of Christianity, it is the translation of the Greek word Mashiach, Messiah, which likewise means anointed one, right? There were multiple anointed ones in the Old Testament. It was just a word that was referred to priests or kings. We do get Christ, Christos, from chrio, because chiro generally means to rub a liquid substance, either for cleanliness or anointing ritual purposes. This is where we get its meaning in Christ, which means anointed one. Its use of being stung by the gadfly is a minority within a select few medical and poetic texts. So Ammon takes that and he says, well, in this very specific instance, in this stream of classical medical literature, it means to apply a drug to your eyes, specifically
Yes.
related to not the bot fly. What does he say? He relates it to a fly.
He's improvising.
Yeah.
And
I don't remember the detail, but
and it does mean that in the particular instance that it's being used. But this is where semantic range is very important.
However, it can refer to the sting of a gadfly, but that is overwhelmingly in the minority of occurrences of this verb, and it's limited to classical and later Greek lyrical poetry, none of which has anything whatsoever to do with early Jewish or early Christian literature, not the Septuagint, not the New Testament, not the early Greek literature.
Okay.
So, and he did correct me on something there. I said it was limited to classical and early Greek lyrical poetry, but it's also in classical and early Greek medical texts. And he pointed out
Christing.
That has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on the claim that that's what it means in the New Testament. But
okay,
but it is in medical texts.
Okay, so is it true that the word chrio means to apply drugs to the eyes or the skin?
So it can if the context indicates that that's how it's being used.
The verb chrio literally means I rub, I smear, I anoint, etc. It's used in Greek with a variety of different prefixes, similar to how we say rub in or rub on. It's a transitive verb, meaning that it takes a direct object. The rubbing action can be performed on a person, as in anointing, or the rubbing action can be performed on a thing, like an ointment. Greek uses the suffix tos in the masculine or ti in the feminine to form verbal adjectives that describe things or people that undergo an action or process. Christos is also used as a title, anointed one, or the Christ, which is simply a transcription or transliteration of each Greek letter without the masculine ending os. The usage of the term chrio to mean sting is illustrated in Aeschylus's Prometheus Bound. Here he says, a gadfly is stinging me again, wretched me. He needs to refer explicitly to the gadfly, istros, because the verb chrio doesn't actually encode the meaning gadfly. It simply means sting. Aeschylus again uses the verb chriousa to mean sting, and he says specifically, chriousa kendrisi, pricks me with stings. It's clear from this context that he's not talking about anointing or rubbing. He's specifically talking about stinging. This is how we differentiate between the different usages of this verb. Aeschylus continually uses the verb chrio in contexts where it's clear that he is not talking about rubbing. Io describes being pricked by the gadfly's fiery dart. Istrudardis chrii mapiros. Aeschylus also uses the noun miops to refer to the gadfly. Aeschylus uses many interesting compound words to refer to the gadfly, but he's not talking about drug use.
So how come when we type in this word here, it only pulls up this to be rubbed on and used as ointment?
Because this is the generic sense.
Yeah, it's just gotta
but
click.
then in different contexts, it can have more specific reference.
This was from line 516 of Euripides of Hippolytus. The Greek is very simple. So that's a sentence in Greek, and he's saying translated, it means what kind of drug is it? Is it a Christ or a potable? Meaning potable means to drink it.
Yeah. So is it topical?
Or is it
something you consume? Euripides has no bearing whatsoever on how the author of the Gospel of Mark or how Paul were using the term Christ.
This is a nurse and Phaedra talking, and just a long story short, the nurse is saying, hey, I know what you want, man. You want that guy. She wants her stepson, baby, because this dude is hot.
What the?
Right? He's hot. And so is she, because she's younger than her old, ugly husband.
Euripides.
Her stepson is gorgeous. And what she say? The nurse says, I know how we can get it. We can drug him. We can drug him. We can bamboozle his mind. Look at that 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line down into the line. Blah, be friend on. What are we doing? We're affecting people's minds with drugs that you are Christing. Look at the very bottom. Phaedra says, Potera te Christon Epotontopharmakon. What kind of drug is it? Is it a Christ or is it a drinkable? Yeah. Is it something that you're going to Christ or is it something you're going to drink? Which kind of drug is it? There is no Christ, people. Take it down. There is no Christ that is not a drug. Remember that. There is no gospel that is not a drug term. There is no mystery that is not a drug term. There is no baptism that is not a drug term.
Considering how much Hillman loves to cite this specific section of Euripides' Hippolytus as a proof text for his interpretation of Christon pharmakon as a so-called drug term, it's rather astounding how poorly he reads this text. He's either failing to understand the Greek, or he does understand it and he's intentionally lying about it. But anyone can simply pick up a translation of Hippolytus and judge for yourself if you don't know Greek. Hillman interprets lines 507 to 515 as Phaedra's nurse proposing to drug Hippolytus with a love potion that will bamboozle his mind and affect his mind with Christing drugs. But the text actually says the exact opposite of what Hillman portrays. This is a common theme of Hillman's performance when he translates Greek texts. The nurse informs Phaedra that she has love medicine, therkteria erotos, that will free Phaedra from her malady, which will neither cause her disgrace nor will it harm her mind. Ute peskris, ute pivlavi phrenon. Ute is repeated twice because it means neither nor. It's one of those clauses you usually learn in the first few chapters of a beginning Greek textbook. It's not ambiguous or difficult. The nurse is reassuring Phaedra that the love charm will not harm her mind. Hillman sees the word vlavi, meaning harm, and immediately jumps to the conclusion that the nurses want to harm Hippolytus' mind with a drug. But the nurse is clearly saying the opposite here. The charm is meant for Phaedra to use. It's not meant to be administered to Hippolytus. In the next line, Phaedra is simply asking the nurse what kind of love charm, therkteria erotos, the nurse is describing, namely how it's to be administered, as a topical ointment or as a drinkable potion. Potera de Christon ipotonto pharmakon. And in response, the nurse replies that she doesn't even know. Hillman is making a mound out of a molehill by translating the word Christon as Christ with a capital C. This makes no sense. Translators should render Greek texts into other languages so that readers will understand what the author originally meant. That's why competent translators render Christon as ointment here, because that's what it means. If Christon is a drug term in Greek, then the word rub is also a drug term in English. Christon simply refers to something you rub, because that's what chrio means. There's nothing special going on here. Hillman is just making stuff up and deceptively butchering his sources.
What do you think of that, Danny
Euripides is
Jones?
rolling in his grave.
I want to hear from you.
The LSJ lists a variety of meanings of the term pharmakon, which can be used to refer to drugs or medicine. They can be used in a negative sense to refer to potions, charms, spells, enchantments, and they are used in a positive sense to refer to remedies and cures. The usage of the term salvation with respect to pharmaka means that it is a saving drug, a life-saving drug. The LSJ also documents the use of pharmakon as means of producing soteria. In other words, a life-saving medicine has salvific effects. This is the same word for salvation that we find in the New Testament, but it is used in a different sense here. One ancient commentary on Homer actually distinguishes between three different types of medicine. We have epipasta, which is a topical medication, probably a kind of paste that you apply to the skin. We have Christa pharmaka, which are for anointing, and we have potima pharmaka, which are drinkable. Here we find an example of Christa pharmaka where the Odyssey is referring to smearing arrow points with poison. In the context of Homer, this poison is explicitly described as a deadly drug, a pharmakon androphonon. In Strabo, we find the use of the verb enchrio with the prefix en, used to describe a monkey accidentally smearing his body with bird lime, in particular around the eyes. There is no medical or ritualistic application here. Plato uses the term engrio metaphorically to describe the internal sensations of yearning and growth within the soul, comparing it to a pricking or irritation within the body. Claudius Elianos distinguishes between remedies against poison using the terms pomata and chrimata, talking about remedies that can be drunk and remedies that can be applied to the skin. And he also uses the verb engrio in the aorist passive participle, saying spells too can mitigate poison injected by a sting. Chrysostom also bifurcates between ointments and potions, Christapharmaca and Potapharmaca.
And the idea of Christ as the anointed one, this one who is to be anointed by God for this special purpose, that predates Christianity. That's in the Septuagint, that's in Greco-Roman period literature. So when we're talking about the original sources for what we see in the New Testament, that's going to be Greco-Roman period Jewish literature. And the usage that is in classical and medical literature, that kind of usage, that's not in the Greco-Roman period Jewish literature.
Isn't he doing exactly what you said we shouldn't be doing?
It's more of this myth making about how there's this dividing wall, and if you go into classical and medical texts, you find things that, you know, Hillman is right about this, but he's wrong about this. What I'm saying is he's wrong about everything. That's the takeaway. He like, you could see he just doesn't, there's like, okay, he sees the word vlavi and he's like, it's like he's damaging the mind. And then you go and it's like not damaging the mind. Like the word not is there. He doesn't see it. He's not reading it. There's a reading comprehension disconnect here. There's an issue. He has like a learning disability. Like when it comes to Greek, like I think part of it is the training. It's like he's used to sort of deciphering it as if it were like hieroglyphs, and like he's performative, like his performative translations where he pulls up a text and translates it on the fly. That doesn't work. Like he's not good at that.
Yeah.
He's messing up. Like he doesn't, I would give him more credit than that and say, like, if he were actually sitting down and had a pencil and paper and we're underlining and or highlighting, and he would do a better job than what he's doing. Like I am showcasing the worst of him.
Yeah.
You know, like because he's putting a burden on himself that he can't actually carry. So he says, I can throw a text at any classicist and they won't be able to translate it on the fly. Well, you don't translate it on the fly either.
Yeah.
Like you also are handicapped in that regard. So yeah, we just need to like take words, use a lexicon, look at a translation, go through this kind of carefully. And I personally, I would love to be corrected on this, please. Wes Huff, Dan McClellan, if you have a medical text that has the word chrio being used in the sense of prick and sting, like you said it so many times, it must be true, right? I think they're just taking like they're taking Hillman's word for it.
Right.
Like Hillman is saying, well, I have access, I have exclusive access to thousands and thousands of pages of untranslated medical text, and therefore and so when they hear that, they're like, oh, geez, I don't want to dig through thousands and thousands of pages of untranslated Galen on Internet Archives. Like I'll grant him that. I'll grant him that this must be in some medical texts, but the way it's used in the Bible is inherently different.
Right.
It's not. It's not different. It's the same. It's rub. It's everywhere. It's rub, anoint, smear. And then Aeschylus and Plato have prick, sting. I have not found enough. Look, I don't know for a fact that there's not some inscription somewhere, or there's not lyric poetry is what Dan McClellan said. Like, do those sources exist? I haven't found them. It doesn't mean they don't exist.
Yeah, there's so much here that you're pointing out. For me, my takeaway is, Dan, Kip, my friends who look at me sideways for talking to classicists like Robin Faith Walsh, M. David Litwa, Dennis R. McDonald, even Rudolf Bultmann, who comes from a classical, he comes in a mixed bag, if you will, of learning from both worlds. Like, and there's several others I could list of scholars that I've talked to, where we isolate Jewish usage of Greek versus Greek usage of Greek or Roman usage of Greek, and allowing these guys to have common, similar terms and usages from Jewish only kind of ideas. And that's the myth that M. David Litwa's book on Jesus Deus Richard C. Miller's Resurrection Reception is trying to point out the tropes, the topos, the themes, the ideals, the linguistic, syntactical analysis that Richard Miller's bringing in. All I'm saying is this trying to separate them because of guys like Hillman is solidifying the myth of like making sure you only allow Jewish material to be what could potentially impact or inspire gospels. And I'm persuaded there's more going on, not only in Luke Acts, and several academics think that's like a no-brainer, but John's gospel. And then if you really want to push it, we can get back into Mark and Matthew, which is more controversial. Matthew's trying to fulfill scripture, but in Mark, Homeric or not, depends on who you talk to and who's sympathetic to Dennis's materials here and looking at Homer. That gets all poo-pooed by Dan and guys like that who are just like, yeah, we got to keep the almonds out of this kind of stuff. And it's like, do not let Ammon convince you that any of these classical New Testament scholars are doing some weird crap like that either. I think you're telling me there's more actually related in the language of Greek. There might be different cultural stuff, but like linguistically, there seems to be overlap.
Well, what Dan said, that the way Euripides uses a word has no bearing on the New Testament, that's generally true. But Euripides, when you look at that, when you really look at that example, like that example was presented to Dan, like Danny Jones showed it to him and said, what's going on here? Why is Hillman saying that this is translated as Christ, right? He wants feedback from an expert to resolve this really confusing thing. Why is this translated as Christ according to this expert, right? And first of all, it's not translated as Christ. Dan gives the correct explanation and says, yeah, is it a topical drug? It just means topical. But then you have to acknowledge that the way that Euripides is using it to say something that's rubbed is the same way that Chrysostom is using it, right? Like, it's just, for a Greek person in that era reading this text, they would not look at that and say, oh, it's Christing, right? Like, it's not Christ. It's super mundane, normal. Like, it's just, it's the participle of chrio. It just means that it's rubbed. And Jesus is rubbed because he's the anointed one. And it's just, this is all mundane and normal. And you can't give Hillman the license to say that, oh, well, this is the medical usage and this is special, right? It's not special. None of it's special. The only thing that's special is this really, really isolated, rare usage of chrio to mean sting.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's pretty interesting. But you draw that out of the context. When you look at Aeschylus, you can't insert Christ there. It just won't work out in your translation. You have to use another word to translate it. But for the Greeks, that may not have been so shocking. It was just like, oh yeah, when the fly stings you, he's anointing you. Maybe it's a metaphorical sense. I mean, it is a little mysterious, but it's not like baffling. The LSJ entry for the verb chrio reinforces the understanding that this verb is really not that special. It generally refers to the act of rubbing or anointing and has a lot of different interesting usages. One of the most interesting usages is listed in definition number 3, which is wound on the surface, puncture, prick, sting. It is used in some contexts to refer to the sting of the gadfly, but only when the gadfly is explicitly mentioned as the thing that is doing the stinging. Middle Liddell reinforces these main categories of the use of the verb chrio. The BDAG lexicon of the New Testament does not include the meaning sting under the definitions for chrio because it simply is never used that way in the Bible. If there were a context where it was used that way, it would include it as one of the acceptable definitions. BDAG omits this definition because it has a narrow scope focused on biblical literature and is not concerned with the classical usage of this term to refer to sting. The LSJ offers several definitions of the adjective Christos, to be rubbed on, used as ointment or salve, as opposed to pistos, something that would be drunk. LSJ also makes it clear that of persons, it means anointed and gives citations from the Bible of the biblical usage of the term. The authors of the LSJ understood this very well, even though they are also fully aware that the term Christos can refer to something that is rubbed on, like the topical application of a drug. That is not a controversial view. The Cambridge Lexicon of Classical Greek also reinforces the definitions that are most common for this verb
and includes the usage of stinging that is commonly associated with a gadfly sting. In Revelation 3:18, the verb enchrio is used to describe the anointing of the eyes with eye salve, kolurion. This is a completely uncontroversial use of the term chrio. It makes no sense to translate this as Christing simply because it uses the verb chrio. This is simply the way Greeks describe rubbing something in the eyes.
You emphasize that, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a way to see the Antichrist now, right? What is the Antichrist? It's an antidote to the Christ. That's all. It's an antidote to the Christ. It's why Jesus, the Christ, needed that naked boy. You could not have had the Garden of Gethsemane if you did not have a naked boy. That naked boy was the source of the antidote, which he is to Jesus's mouth through a linen wrap that is impregnated with the burning purple. And that's why when Luke says, well, I don't know, he's got this stuff, it looks like he's got sweat like blood, it's that dark color. It's because he's involved in the rite, but it's drippy and slimy. It's not
in Luke 22 verses 41 through 44, the passage where Jesus was sweating blood is in brackets in the critical text. It is widely held by Bible scholars to not be authentic. Even if you grant its authenticity, in the passage, his sweat became like drops of blood falling down upon the ground. Osi thromvi ematos. It's as if they are drops of blood. They are thick like blood. They are not actually described as being a dark color or being purple.
It means our religious background is rooted in a guy that we venerate. And that guy was somebody who used children's. He was involved with drugs. And a mystery that was nothing like going to church today. At least I don't think it is. Maybe somebody's other, but I don't think it's like that anymore. And the fact is, we have built a society based on a lie, on a complete lie. And it's such a hypocritical lie because the very guy that you venerate, I mean, dude, he's arrested in a public park with a kid. Danny, if you and I got arrested in a public park with 12 kids, what do you think we would be? Your awakening is everything to me. For you to be able to see your reality, that Jesus Christ was arrested in a public park at 4 a.m. with a naked boy while he's screaming, "I'm not a child trafficker." Your awakening to that reality has given me such pleasure. When he's in the garden and he gets caught, and those three, Peter, James, and John, they're keeping watch, the text says. They're guarding at a distance while Jesus takes the naked boy that's been assigned to him. That's what the text says. Like a slave. So this is what the boy that was with Jesus.
All those noises are showing
this is
that
what he
he's
was
wrong.
with him.
Yeah.
Doing. He's following him. Notice they use this term sunakuletho.
And where do you get this from? This image?
Thank you to the Victorians from Oxford, who have given us this wonderful, fantastic lexicon of ancient Greek. It's using soldiers. It's using terms for soldiers and slaves. Right? So this kid is not just hanging out with Jesus.
The verb sinakulutho simply means follow along with, or follow along closely, or accompany. The LSJ explicitly assigns this meaning to the usage in Mark 14:51. It does not mean to be assigned as a slave. BDAG reinforces this definition: to accompany someone, frequently in the interest of maintaining an association or following. It is simply the verb akulutho with the prefix sin. BDAG offers the literal definition of akulutho as to move behind someone in the same direction, come after in an absolute sense. In the plain sense, it means to follow or accompany someone who takes the lead. And it can refer to following someone as a disciple. And it has a general sense of complying with or following or obeying. We can see Mark using this verb in chapter 5 to refer to accompanying Jesus. And he allowed no one to accompany him except Peter, James, and John, the brother of James. In Luke, we also find the verb translated as accompany, and all his acquaintances and the women who accompanied him from Galilee were standing at a distance seeing these things. They're simply following him. They're not assigned to him. That is not the right translation. The military reference in LSJ that uses the word synakluthou refers to ships following an army. And in Isocrates, you can see this verb being used to refer to following a general.
Now look at the Greek.
Oh, yeah.
And it says, a young boy was assigned to him, having wrapped his with a medicated bandage, and they arrested him.
They're looking at Bible
Medicated
Gateway, like,
bandage is what it says.
Sindon. Yeah, I've got the.
Which one of those Greek words is wrapped in a medicated linen?
Epigumnu.
Where is it?
Okay, let's just start on the first line. The second word in is neaniskos, and that is what we call a diminutive.
Neaniskos.
So it's a little of something else. And what is a neanias? A neanias is a boy.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a little boy.
Okay.
And they called paidiska female prostitutes who were underage. It's not under 18. It's before.
So, okay.
Right.
The translation here says young.
And was there, was there, double click, there you go, now hit the green
Blow it
button.
up. Look, this is what the kid is wrapped on his gumnos. And you say, what's gumnos? Gumnos
Fine
is,
cloth, usually linen.
Yeah, fine cloth. Look where it's, look at the second line. It says busines telemones, right? So they're wrapping
Those are
things
bandages.
in this
Used for
fine
mummies.
cloth,
The second
right?
line.
And surgeon's bandages.
And bandages, and that's where I get it. On my end, when I'm reading the medical authors, they're all saying that you impregnate linen with drugs that you're going to treat the wound with.
This is the original text, and this right here is the translation that we have right now, which is, I'll punch it up for
Don't
people.
look at number 2,
but
Danny.
nothing but a linen garment.
Yeah, notice how they took it from a bandage and turned it into
Who did this? Who's responsible for this?
crappy translators. People who do not work with the Greek. If you bring up the next
Is this an accident or is this intentional?
no,
These
it's
translations.
intentional stupidity.
Are they intentionally leaving this shit out of the Bible? Because
No, it's bad training.
oh, okay.
It's just bad training.
The primary definition of
It's
sindon in
confusing,
the
right?
LSJ
Like, why-
makes it very clear that this is referring to a fine cloth, usually linen. In the passage from Herodotus, where it is used in reference to surgeons' bandages, the strips of the fine linen are telamones. That is the key word that is used to make the fine linen into a bandage. Definition A2 makes it clear that sindon can refer to anything made of such cloth, including garment of linen. It's right here in the LSJ. The BDAG lexicon reflects exactly what we find in LSJ, a bifurcating of the definition between the fabric made from linen cloth, and a light piece of clothing. BDAG also indicates that this is the only piece of clothing worn by the youth who tried to follow Jesus after the latter's arrest. In Mark 14:51. You just have to look up the reference from Herodotus' histories to see that he is describing the wrapping of an entire body in bandages of fine linen cloth, anointed with gum. The bandages are described as telamones, of fine linen cloth, sindonos vicinis. Another passage of Herodotus makes it clear that these are bandages of linen cloth. Sindon is simply describing the fabric used for the bandage. Telamones refers to the strips or bands that function as medical wraps. Another reference from Herodotus makes it clear that sindon is not a bandage because someone can wrap themselves in either a garment, imation, or a sindon, cloth, in order to protect themselves against mosquitoes. Mark 15:46 uses the term sindon to describe the linen shroud that's used to wrap Jesus' entire body. This is corroborated by Matthew 27:59 that also uses the term sindon to describe the linen cloth that wraps the entire body. And again in Luke 23:53 we find the exact same thing, a sindon wrapping the entire body. Here's the LSJ entry for perivallo, to wrap around. And here's the BDAG entry for comparison. As you can see, this is well attested in the sense of to put on, especially articles of clothing. Matthew 19 features a neaniskos, a young man, who approaches Jesus to ask what he must do to have eternal life. This young man is described as being very rich and having lots of possessions. This is clearly not a description of a prepubescent boy. LSJ defines the term gymnos in the straightforward sense of naked or unclad, but it can also refer to somebody who is unarmed or of anything that is generally bare or stripped of something. There are clear-cut descriptions of people who are lightly clad, in other words, in their undergarments only, who are described with the adjective gymnos. It even includes descriptions of naked or bald facts. So it's not really clear from the limited context the extent of the young man's nudity.
Says twice he was naked. Says he had a sindon. And people say, oh, whew, there it is. It's some kind of sheet that covered him up, right? No. On the medical side, if you look in Galen, a sindon is a medicated wrap that you give to a boy who's administering an antidote in a mystery rite. And that boy's antidote comes through his prepubertal. And the doctors describe, Galen has a section of his antidotes that describes what prepubertal boy is like. What it looks like, what its texture is, what it's useful for, what religion uses it.
If we look at how Galen uses the term sindon in Method of Medicine, we can see that he is clearly not referring to a bandage. And this is Galen. This is the holy grail of Greek medicinal literature. If you look at the actual passage in Galen, he's using the verb komizeste, to convey a sick person. And what is this sick person being transported with? A sindon, a piece of linen fabric that in the context is clearly strong enough to support the entire body weight of this patient. Galen specifically says that this fabric is to be used to carry him off. And guess who's going to be doing the carrying? 4 young men, neaniski. Clearly, these are not prepubescent young boys who are carrying around this patient using a linen cloth. And in this context, the patient must be immersed in water, vaptesto. And after the immersion, vafi, he has the linen cloth, sindon, wrapped around his body to dry him off like a towel. The claim is, if you just read Galen, you're going to corroborate Hillman, right? Like if only classicists would just read Galen, you would arrive at this conclusion, at these wild claims about Mark, right?
Right.
So you can see here, it's like, look, if you could find an example, I just haven't found one, right? But if you could find an example of sindon that's used by itself without the word telamones, which is bandages, you just find it and please send it to me, put it in the chat, you put it in the comment. I'll retract that. Yeah. It's like, okay. In certain contexts, it could be used like as a shorthand for a bandage. But in every single example in LSJ that he's pointing at and saying, it's a bandage. And then Danny Jones goes, it's for mummies. And wow, they're bandages. They're not, it's just the cloth. The telamones is bandages. And it's there. If you could carefully read LSJ, if it weren't just being flashed in front of them, there would be some more questions of like, garment is right there. He pulled up the definition that has garment right there. It would have been nice if Danny had the presence of mind to be like, wait a minute, doesn't that say why does that say garments there in your?
I think he tried his best, especially
he did, yeah. I'm not blaming him.
I wouldn't have done. I'd have done as what he did. You know what I mean? Like we wouldn't have caught it all. What I do see in what you just did is you very meticulously word by word debunked in his own sources. So when you hear him use these, let's allow Galen and these Greek sources and these weird stuff to be weird over here, they don't even say what he's saying, let alone obviously Mark or in the Gospels, this idea. Just where is he coming up with this? These are questions, again.
I can answer that. He's coming up with it because if you pull up Sindon and LSJ, it says bandages right there. He's just he's not looking into the source to see how is it used in that source, or he just doesn't care because he's able to show people the like it says bandages in the dictionary. So it's like Sindon, bandage, boom, done, case closed. What does the source say? Don't look at the source. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. So it's like I know exactly. His process is very transparent.
So I'm thinking beyond that. Okay. So not how does he come up with bandage? I'm like, how does he come up, little boy, having to give him this antidote, which is the sexual thing. Like, where is he coming up with all that he is pulling out of his ass in this garden scene? Like, where is he coming up with all of this information and interpreting it in that way?
It's a collage. Yeah,
oh my
collage.
God, bro. You broke down. So you broke down. They're following him. They're not slaves. They're not like trafficking slaves. These are people who are just devout followers who are obviously following Jesus. You broke down this bandage thing to point out it's just a linen cloth. It's simple as a linen cloth. And it's not a bandage. Where's the boy and the antidote and the overdose and the initiation and where is this? You pointed out even when he goes to the Lucan passage, it's not even blood. It's like blood, thick sweat drops. It's clear. Sweat is clear.
It's BS all the way down. Every layer, everything. It's not just like, well, this part's true, but it's being misapplied. It's only applicable in this context, this and that. It's just all lies. It is all false. Like there is a very, very thin veneer of truth here.
Wow.
I'm sure there's more. Astounding. Oh yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah,
Look at this. So now he's going to talk about just linen. And, this is vicinos or businos. This is linen.
That last one had businos on it. Well, what is the businos? It's fine linen bandage, right? They give you at the top. But then look at the reference on the second line. That's Euripides Bacchae. Okay, so this is something that they're using within some kind of religious ritual.
Right? If you investigate the reference to Euripides Bacchae, line 821, it simply says, then dress yourself in a long linen robe. There is no cultic activity being described here. It's simply using the term linen.
And look at number 2 at the bottom. Roman numeral number 2,
it's purple.
Porphyrus. That's Hesychius. And who's Hesychius? Hesychius is a lexicographer from the 4th and 5th who comes in, and he has access to these ancient Greek lexicography texts.
If you look up the reference to the purple linen in Hesychius, you'll see that it's actually tagged with the abbreviation HES, which means that it is spurious. Whatever scribe included this reference to purple linen is referring specifically to Revelation 18:16, which says clothed in fine linen in purple and scarlet.
And it says from the Bible. The kid dropped the bandage and ran off naked. That's exactly what that says. The kid dropped the bandage and ran off naked.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and it says specifically in 51 that it was epigumnos. Epigumnos is on his private parts.
And epigumno, which is the bandage that's soaked in drugs.
The seam done.
He says epigumnos. It's epigymnu or gumnu. Like he's using the nominative case in place of the genitive case. Like this is really, really bad. That's a slip. I get it. He's kind of like mixing English and Greek. And so, but he uses a phrase like epigymnu and just like it, like for somebody who knows Greek, that's like incredibly grating at the ears. Like that's a really, really big mistake.
By the way, just on the Euripides point of putting on this garment or this linen, if you will,
Pentheus.
Right. Pentheus is trying, all he's doing in the context is hiding his identity among the Maenads to go and spy on him. And Mark W.G. Steib, I know this is like in the rabbit trail of tragedy. he highlights an interesting generic parallel between Euripides and the Gospel of John. And he says that you have a king who ends up getting killed and mocked, or he's in some way embarrassed in clothing, right? Jesus gets dressed in an embarrassing kind of clothing. They're mocking him, whereas Pentheus is dressed on a hill and they're both kind of high up here. And he does a generic parallel to point out, like, Jesus is embarrassed, dressed in clothing at his death, not an initiation act, right? So Mark's just saying, looks like there's some general parallels between Euripides Bacchae and John's gospel. And Dennis MacDonald echoes the same. None of them walk away drugs, initiation, secret, drug-soaked bandage cloth,
I think he's looking, he's connecting. See, this is it. This is how he's doing. He's connecting dots. He's jumping from sindon bandage to linen, because it says, so he looks up sindon, he sees bandage, then he sees linen, then he goes into linen, and then he says, oh, the word linen appears in the Bacchae by Euripides. That has the word Bacchus in it. Bacchus is Dionysus. We're in the cult. We're in the cult, people.
Exactly.
Like everything in Euripides Bacchae is a cultic thing. Like come on.
Yeah, it's all secret, right? Like here you have to have this almost secretive cultic interpretive goggles.
You got to put the goggles on.
Yeah, put the burning purple goggles. Yep.
And why? Why is Jesus with the kid? Remember when he first walks in the garden, he falls over, he stumbles over, and he's in pain. He's going through the exact same symptoms that doctors will describe.
Jesus is?
Of the drug users. Yeah, it's in this chapter. It's in Mark 14. Yeah.
So he's tripping.
It says that he's exceptionally fearful. Right, so it looks like he's in some kind of psychotic fear, and he's screaming about, "Take it, don't let me do it." And he's with his kid. He's with this kid at the time.
Oh my! What the?
Right, and he ends up with stuff on his face, stuff that is like big drops of porphyron.
I'm talking about bodily fluids.
Blood is how it's typically. No, that's how it's translated. It's not the blood that he's got. It's purple. And he's got an antidote from the kid's. That's the galenate, is the kid's.
The association between antidote and the term galeni actually comes from Galen, where it explicitly states that Andromachus, the elder's theriac made from vipers, is called galeni with a capital G. That is the name that is given to this antidote. Hear the strength of the many-throned antidote, Caesar, the painless giver of freedom. Hear, Nero, the remedy which they call galeni, evdion, which does not see the blue of harbors. The term galeni is clearly not a synonym for the term antidote.
Could be one of these boy dudes who's providing the people who are in the cult with the galene, with the thing that's going to balance whatever it is that Jesus has taken that's put him into a state. And it doesn't work, and he ends up dying on the cross.
And the way of Cain, you can also call the Sodom.
So he ends up dying on the cross. That's what he said in that interview.
And it involves, ultimately, the drinking of a child's in a religious performance by one who has been anointed, who's called the Christos.
This is the new satanic version. So I've been asked by a number of people to do some translations, and I'm seriously considering the NSV, or the new satanic version of the Greek New and
instant bestseller
Old Testaments.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it probably would be because of how provocative
and
it is.
some unknown naked kid with his and wrapped in a medicated bandage was assigned to serve Jesus. The authorities arrested the juvenile suspect, but he fled custody, and in the process left his bandage behind. New satanic version of Mark 14, 51, 52, right? You cannot get a more elegantly modern literal translation of the Bible. Give me a rating, people. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
F.
Give me
Yeah.
one word. Wordy.
That's the
Not
worst
enough
translation.
words. Give it to me. Suck it to me. Punch me. Right? Stick it in my ear. Something like that. I don't care. Those of you who are looking at the participles, look how elegantly I did that last sentence with the participle there, right? Circumstantial participle. Oh, God. I love this kind of stuff.
If you actually read Mark 14, you can see in verses 32 through 36 that Jesus is definitely distressed about what he knows he's about to endure. But he's clearly not suffering from the deleterious effects of a drug. He began to be greatly distressed and troubled, ήρθατε εκθαμβήστε και αδειμονήν, expressing his sorrow directly to Peter, James, and John before instructing them to keep watch and isolating himself in prayer. There's nobody else with him in the narrative here. If you look at verses 37 to 42, Jesus is lucid and frustrated with Peter for falling asleep after 1 hour, mia hora, had passed. Jesus returns for the third time, έρχεται το τρίτον, and speaks to the same disciples who are the only characters in the scene up until this point. The young man Neaniskos is not here. When you get to verse 43, Judas comes in with a crowd wielding swords and clubs, και μετ' αυτού όχλος μετά μαχαιρών και ξύλων, from the chief priests, παρά των αρχιερέων, and the scribes, και των γραμματέων, and the elders, και των πρεσβυτέρων. In verse 47, Mark says, one of those who stood by drew his sword, εις δε της περσικότων σπασάμενος την μάχαιραν. The indefinite pronoun, translated as some, is enclitic with no accent of its own. Authors typically use this pronoun to refer to a person who is either unidentified or to conceal the person's identity from the reader. The reader is meant to infer that this armed person arrived along with the crowd that Judas led to the scene. Presumably, the young man who emerges for the first time in verse 51 has also arrived with this crowd. When you get to verse 48, Jesus is making a counterfactual statement saying, have you come out as against a robber? Or as if I were a robber with swords and clubs to capture me? The context here makes it clear that the fact that they've brought swords and clubs makes it seem like they were coming out against a robber, listis. That is the context that defines how Mark is using the term listis. A robber here would be somebody that would be arrested using swords and clubs. In other words, a listis is some kind of violent criminal by definition, according to the author of the Gospel of Mark. Jesus says, Os epi listin exírthate, meta macheron και ξύλων συλλαβήν με. It's as if you have come out against a listis. But in fact, Jesus is affirming that he is not a violent criminal who would warrant this show of force, which is disproportionate to the risk they should have expected from him. Jesus affirms that they could have easily seized him previously at the temple. Verse 50 states that having
Great
left
point.
Jesus, they all fled. Και αφέντες αυτόν έφυγον πάντες. And verse 51 introduces some young man, again with the indefinite pronoun τις. Και νεανίσκος της συνηκολούθη αυτό, περιβεβλημένος συνδόνα επί γυμνού. Just like the unnamed person who drew a sword, Mark is implying that this random neaniskos first arrived in the crowd accompanying Judas. The reader is not meant to infer that he had been present with Jesus previously in the Garden of Gethsemane. That interpretation is not viable. When it says he was following him, sinikoluthi αυτό, it uses the active voice of the verb in a tense form called the imperfect. Hillman's unprecedented reading of was assigned to him uses the passive voice. Not only is that semantically untenable, since it has no support from Greek sources and lexicons, it fails on the most basic level because the Greek verb uses the active voice. This is Greek 101 here. The imperfect active verb portrays this neaniskos as being in the process of following Jesus or attempting to follow him when they seize him, kratousin avton, using the narrative present tense. The text says the young man was literally wrapped in a cloth around his naked, perivevlimenos synthona epi gymnou. The term synthon here describes the garment of linen, based on the number 2 definition in LSJ. It's the same term used in the other Gospels of Jesus' burial shroud. The adjective naked modifies some implied noun that the author does not mention. Scholars speculate that the garment could have been covering his naked body, epigymnousomatos, or that it could be covering an undergarment, epigymnouendymatos. But nobody with the basic understanding of Greek would ever conclude that the adjective naked, or the implied noun that it modifies, is a veiled reference to the young man's private parts. This would be grammatically and semantically unprecedented, and it's not corroborated by any lexicon or any Greek source ever written. No early Greek author or competent modern scholar would corroborate that interpretation. This deceptive mistranslation is a perverted fantasy.
Yep. This is a good, dude, I'm glad you incorporated this.
Yeah, I mean, that was the really long, section. I get it. But the thing is, and I have to give a caveat, because obviously this whole idea of the indefinite pronoun tis, right? Some dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
That can mean one of two things, as I mentioned. It's either that the author doesn't want the reader to basically the author's introducing somebody who hasn't been identified, right? Is it unidentified person, just
Right.
someone
Pulls out a
someone
sword.
someone pulls out a sword, right?
Got it.
Now,
With Judas,
or-
with the crowd that came to arrest him. Okay.
There's a valid alternate interpretation that if argued with good examples, I would retract this, right? Like I could be wrong.
Okay.
Who pulls the sword in Luke and John?
Peter,
right? So obviously there is a harmonizing tendency, the sort of undesigned coincidence side of this would be like, of course that's Peter.
Yeah.
So the question is, I looked through the commentaries to try to figure this out because it's confusing to me. It's like, why does Mark say Judas came? Like, first of all, it's James, John, and Peter with Jesus in the garden, right? There's no other characters. There's no boy. And then he says someone standing there pulled out a sword. If Mark knows that it's Peter, why doesn't he say Peter did it, or one of them, or something like that?
Why a random anonymous? Yeah.
Why does he use the tis? And the only explanation I got from, if you look into Collins' commentary on
the
Hermeneutic commentary, like she cites all the different interpretations.
Mm-hmm.
There is an interpretation that Mark is saying some guy, even though he knows it's Peter, but this is actually like a historical method of basically, he doesn't want to expose, he doesn't want to dox Peter, right? He doesn't want to say Peter drew the sword because somebody could then take his text and use it to make an accusation
Right.
against Peter. That's, again, it's like a harmonizing tendency because you want, because Luke and John identify him as Peter, Mark must be aware of, Mark must mean Peter, and he's just saying some guy drew a sword.
Right.
The interpretation I gave there is that, this is some guy who's come in the crowd that had swords and, or, daggers, however you translate it, because why is Peter armed? But, Luke and John have no problem with Peter being armed.
Right. And they could be just fixing Mark. They might have saw the problem too and not knew how to deal with this.
So if some guy drew a sword and what Mark really means is Peter, and Peter's been there the whole time, then some young man can also be someone who's been there the whole time.
Right.
And Mark is concealing the identity of Peter because he wants to protect Peter, and he's concealing the identity of the young man because there I'm lost. So for me, some young man means that I went through that whole thing in detail.
Yeah.
If you want to read the young man into the previous scene, you got a big burden for that, because it's just like, well, why isn't he mentioned? He says specifically that Jesus goes in and out 3 times. Hillman's narrative doesn't account for that.
Yeah.
He's by himself. He leaves the 3 out there. So it's just, because everything hinges on this one chapter of Mark and that one section, I had to really go into a lot of detail just to see what is it can I put on my purple goggles and kind of see it from his perspective? And I can't. And even in Greek, and no matter what, regardless of the translation.
Right. Regardless of all the ridiculous added stuff. Okay. So as far as this young man, you have a guy who's unknown, pulls out a sword. It looks to you like maybe he came with the crowd, that he wasn't part of the 3 that were there, that were sleeping, that he went in and out of the garden 3 times and they were already asleep.
And then Judas shows up with an ochlos, with a crowd, with a bunch of people who's explicitly had knives, swords, and clubs.
Yeah,
clubs. Right. So that's when those weapons are introduced, and someone standing there pulls out a sword.
Now, do you think this someone who pulls out a sword ends up being the same someone who is being kind of like they're trying to arrest him and he ends up running? Or are they
No. The person who pulls out the sword is obviously somebody who's defending Jesus. So that's why the commentators are kind of conflicted on this, because they're like, well, who is it? Like, why? Mark's kind of mysterious in the way that he phrases that. Like, why is it a random person pulling the sword? Why isn't it one of the disciples? And obviously, Luke and John feel the same way, because they want to pin it on. They fix it. They pin it on Peter. So, are they clarifying it? Right. Is it something Mark had in mind and he's concealing the identity? I'm open to different interpretations. I'm just not open to Hillman's interpretation.
Yeah, it's so absurd. Yeah. So either the young man was either already there, maybe among the three, they just didn't name him, or he's a literary trope. I mean, there's many ways you could possibly think of how he plays into this narrative. Or he came with the crowds, like you're saying. So he might have come with the crowds, or he was already there amongst the disciples.
Yeah, it's like was the crowd that showed up with Judas exclusively an anti-Jesus crowd, or were there Jesus followers in the crowd? Like, did this kid come in with the crowd? Did this young man come in with the crowd?
Yeah. And why did they try to arrest him?
Why did they try to arrest the young man?
Yeah.
Mark doesn't say.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying,
Yeah.
though? Why did he try to arrest him? Instead, they did arrest Jesus, of course. But why didn't they arrest Peter, James, and John?
Yeah.
It doesn't say they fled. So we're dealing with what I would say is a fanciful story here. We take this way too literal. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a bit more.
Jesus was a drug user, and he is Christing his own eyes. Oh God, how's he getting that stuff there? Remember Dan in the garden when the kid was with Jesus and he was arrested for him? Remember he had the purple bandage on his, the medicated bandage. Let me put it that way, on his Yahoo, right? And Jesus is being administered the rites, having the purple through the impregnated linen, under the pressure of that kid, right? That is the Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Who has the drugs on board. The whole purpose for this life of Ammon. Yes. Right. It's to find out who that kid was with Jesus. Right? Come on. That's really what we all want to know. It's the answer.
When Judas arrives, this young boy, and it's a Neanias or Neaniskos in the two. I mean, it's so obvious that you have this flight, and then Odysseus goes to the netherworld. He finds his friend Elpenor. Elpenor says, "Please go back and bury my body." Odysseus does so at dawn. And everybody is weeping because this young man lost his life. What happens in Mark is this young man flees, but he reappears in the tomb. And now it's a matter of joy because the disciples are supposed to learn that Jesus has been raised from the dead. But the women do not transmit the message that they were told by the young. So the young man in the tomb is the same man who fled. He flees naked, he comes back, and he's wearing a white robe to symbolize resurrection, and he's giving a witness to the resurrection. Now, this may seem far-fetched, but I would encourage people to take a look at my synopses of epic tragedy in the Gospels for the parallels. They're really quite striking.
Between the boy and then the young man in the tomb.
And the whole context of here you have a meal, you have sleeping associates, you have a hero who finds out who knows he's got to go to Hades, he despairs of life, he wakes his buddies up, there's a young man who's involved, so the parallels are really quite dense. And ancient readers who were sensitive to the Homeric background, I think, would make that association, and they would not see anything related to sexuality.
I agree.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's so many different directions you could take.
this is why I love adding at least his mimesis criticism to the mix as a potential interpretive model, along with others. I mean, isn't this what we do, Stephen? Like, I know scholars get very defensive and protective about their hypotheses and their particular stuff. And I know that many scholars have been critical of not going into Mark and accepting mimesis criticism from Homer and Mark. But as soon as you go to Luke Acts, the party is starting and everyone's burning purple. So I'm kidding. But this is the point that I love to have, is bring Dennis's stuff to the table, guys. Let's not just count it out, because we're dealing with Greek again. He's not trying to separate the ancient Greek classical world with Homer and Euripides and the well-established Greek epics and poems and whatnot from the gospel literature. But he's also not obsessed with drugs and sexual like we see Ammon, that just, I cannot stop emphasizing how strange this dude is, bro. And anyone who's defending that tells me more about them than it does anything, in my opinion.
Anyone who's watched this far up until this point and seen this many things and is still defending him is simply just on that side. You drunk the Kool-Aid. Like, you're on that side.
They're past tense burnt purple, okay?
Yeah.
They are done.
To the sources. I'm not saying to anybody's interpretation. There's no room for interpretation here. It's just what are the sources saying? He's a lay-stace,
which is a pimp,
which is basically a trafficker. Yeah.
Which was looked down upon, which was frowned upon back then.
Because it's an active, organized crime. He says, why did you come out here? Why did you come out here with all your heavy weapons like I'm a lay-stace?
Right.
Right? And notice that the Phoenicians are inhabitants, of course, Phoenicia. Thank you very much. Their chief city being Sidon. They appear in Homer as traders, skillful in navigation, famous alike for artistic skill and for privacy? No. Piracy. Are you kidding? Wait, what? You mean like Johnny Depp? No. They're known for taking the booty. The lace. These are lacei? Yes, these are the pirates. The Phoenicians, people, they're the drug traders of Antiquity. Isn't that nice? They're groups of drug traders. Yeah, they traffic. That's why they're called pirates. Fantastic. Keep going. And just in case you thought, this is a little bit of, we're talking about the Phoenicians who this character who's Odysseus is saying, look, I had to do certain things and I had to deal with these Phoenician sailors, you know what I mean? And what happened? I gave them Leida. What do you have to give to the Phoenicians to pacify them? You have to give them the booty. Now, sometimes that booty is kids. Yeah. Sorry, but that's a fact.
Where?
When Jesus Christ says, I am not a lay-stace, after they arrest him in a public park with a naked kid, it's because the booty is the kid. That's just coming right out of the text, people. That's it. It's just right out of the text.
I also asked Dan on the podcast, I asked him if the two guys that were crucified on each side of Jesus were lay-stace.
He says that the word lay-stace means human trafficker. Why is this guy saying I'm not a lay-stace, which means I'm not a human trafficker, when this boy is with him and the boy runs away? And then he goes, and then he says the next day he's crucified in between two other lay-stace. He says the guys that were crucified next to him were human traffickers.
The word that they use to describe the criminals, I think in the later text it calls them thieves, but they're brigands. Oh, it's sedition. that was punishable by
Sedition.
crucifixion. Yeah.
What does that mean?
So that's trying to revolt against the state. They would have been people who were probably revolutionaries or people who were attacking the Roman rulers or things like that. I don't think I know of any New Testament scholars who would agree that the other two people crucified alongside of Jesus were human traffickers.
Mark confirms that Barabbas was a rebel, stasiastis, who had committed murder in the revolt, antistasi. He does not call Barabbas a listis. Instead, he calls the two rebels who were crucified with Jesus, liste. And this is confirmed in the Gospel of John that explicitly refers to Barabbas as a listis. The Gospel of Matthew also calls the two men crucified next to Jesus liste, which can be translated as rebels. In Luke, you can see that the parable of the Good Samaritan also involves liste. And we can see in this parable what they're up to. They stripped him and beat him and went away, leaving him half dead. You know what they didn't do? They didn't traffic him. It's very clear in this context what is meant by the word listis. Luke specifies that Jesus was brought to him as if he is inciting the people to revolt. Os apostrefodaton laon. Again, we see os here being used as a counterfactual. It's as if he were inciting the people to revolt, but in reality, he wasn't, because he says, I have found no basis at all in the case of this man for the charges which you are bringing against him. What were those charges? Inciting the people to revolt.
Not sex trafficking.
In John 10, Jesus characterizes robbers in the same terms as thieves. So he says, the one who does not enter by the door into the fold of the sheep, but climbs up some other way, he is a thief and a robber. Ekinos kleptis estin ke listis. And then later on, he uses the exact same words in the plural. All those who came before me, prior to me, are thieves and robbers. Klepteisin ke liste.
He pulled out a lexicon, a New Testament lexicon, which is
it's a different lexicon.
Yeah, which is like pulling out a landmine. Imagine if we define the field by if the thieves get to write everything, right? That's basically what the New Testament lexicon is.
Robber, highwayman, bandit, revolutionary, insurrectionist, guerrilla. So I think that second sense, revolutionary, insurrectionist, that's the kind of sense that could merit crucifixion.
Oh, that's not even here. You said,
yeah. Where did you find the revolutionary?
So I'm looking in what scholars affectionately know as BDAG, which is a Greek English lexicon of the New Testament and other early Christian literature. So it isolates the usage of these words within early Christian literature to show how they're being used in those contexts.
Yeah, but wouldn't that kind of be a biased translation? If Jesus is saying he's not a lestes, they wouldn't want Jesus to be saying he's not a.
You could tell he's already been
predator.
trained by Ammon.
They would want him to be saying he's not a revolutionary.
Yeah, so go watch the Cross Bible documentary on lexicography to learn more about the BDAG lexicon.
Is the absolute perfect illustration, right? What he's doing by saying, he's picking one of the minor definitions, it shows, number one, they're kindergarten, they don't understand how to use a lexicon. Number two, it shows that they don't have a knowledge of anything outside of their primary core, which is the New Testament. Because the perfect example is you could say, what Ammon is doing is he's picking a very, very, obscure meaning of lestes. And that obscure meaning is a child trafficker, right? Just like they do with the sindon. The bandage that was wrapped on the child's private parts in the Garden of Gethsemane with Jesus Christ in Mark 14 and 51 and 52, that was a garment. And Ammon is saying it's a very specialized bandage. And of course, that's a medical term. So we have an entire document by Lucian that defines what a lestes is. It's if Kip Davis really wants to get to the reality of the text, he should go read Lucian. And when Lucian defines, in the very beginning of the work, he says, it's in Alexander the False Prophet. If Kip really wants to find that real history, let him read Lucian. Let him read the sources. In just the very first few paragraphs, he says, hey, this time I'm going to talk about one of the terrible types of people, the Lestes. And from then on, it's just page after page of a portrait of what Jesus was saying he wasn't. Happens to be a religious dude involved with drugs and children. Surprise.
That is a crazy
surprise.
text. That is a crazy text.
In Lucian's Alexander the False Prophet, we certainly get a really good picture of how he characterizes Alexander as a listis. He's a fraud. He's a charlatan. He's a manipulator. He exploits people's gullibility for personal gain, and the text focuses on his prophecies and his staged miracles and his manipulative charisma, but nowhere in it is it really describing anything that Hillman is making it out to seem like. There is no trafficking of children here. It does say that Alexander prostituted himself, eporneve, and it provides us with a very good description of how somebody wears a girdle around their private parts. And it describes how a young man, Neaniskos, perished at the hands of brigands, liste. He wasn't trafficked by them, he was seemingly murdered by them.
There was a certain guy who happened to be there. I'm translating. One of the dudes that was rescued happened to be there, and he announced to Abraham the Perate. Look at the bottom line. First word. Perate. What is Abraham? He is a Perate. Are you ready? Well, here, show me. What is that? What is that? Hesychius, thank you for coming up. This is Hesychius. What is that? Pirata is pirata. I told you long time ago. This is how Greek works. And the vowels, they'll change from region to region. These are equivalents. Those vowels are only tuning that root. The root is already there. And what is the root? Perates. The root is, you can find it in the verb from perao. From perao. And this thing, wanderer, immigrant, and look at the spot, second to last line in Genesis is where we're talking about. It says this is the explanation of Ibraios.
Yeah, he doesn't even realize.
Ibraios.
They don't realize.
Hebrew.
He's an immigrant.
Give me the next one.
Yeah.
What is the verb that that is the action that Abraham is doing? To carry beyond the seas for the purpose of selling, to export for sale. What is he exporting? Kitties.
Oh,
kitties. Children. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Look, keep going. Oh, there he is, marching along, right? We're talking about traders, right? Traders, pirates. What did Abraham purvey? What did he purvey? He purveyed underage people for intercourse or beating up. Look at those last three words. Who is Abraham? He's a pirate. Give me the next. Now, what is the Hebrew? What is the Hebrew, which we know, congregation, is a translation or an attempt. It's not a translation. It's a fabrication off of the 3rd century Septuagint, which is in Greek. So what did those zealots who were peddling lies and taking dead language and trying to reconstruct something, what are they doing? They're out in the Qumran, man. What are they doing? Look at they're making words like Ibri. Watch this, people. What are these piratoi, right? Kakurgoi. They're people who do bad things. They're lestai. They're traffickers in humanity. And what do? Oh, God, look at this last. You're going to love this if you're part of some Save the Children movement or something, probably. Theireutai in Lunacy. What do? They're predators on the waters. predators on the waters. Do you know how they get from one place to another? It's those ships, they come in and then raid. They just raid. They don't belong to a polis. They belong to a gang.
They're pirates.
Abraham was the head of a gang that traded in children. And I want you to see it in the Greek. This is unmistakably, very simply translated. Abram toi perate. Abraham the trafficker. Congratulations. He made a lot of cash and coin. He made a lot of cash and coin. Let's see what he does. Did we see him getting into ecstasy before? We saw him getting high.
The term peratis, wanderer, is derived from the verb perao, to cross or pass through. It denotes boundary crossing, like applied to ferrymen or wanderers or sojourners or emigrants. This is clearly reflected in the lexicon when it comes to the LXX usage of peratis to refer to Abraham. Piratis has a different vowel. It comes from pirao, to attempt or attack. Piratis is a completely different term than peratis. The vowels matter here. The verb pernimi comes from a distinct root unrelated to perao or pirao. Pernimi and perao are not etymologically connected. The verb pernimi has an etymology that is separate from peratis. Perao can refer to exporting for sale because pernao means transport or export. This can refer to trade or trafficking in captives, but in specific contexts. It's not encoded in the verb itself. Lia refers to booty, which is spoils of war. The noun listis is a derivative of the noun lia because it conveys the idea of robbery or piracy. It's emphasizing the criminality of stealing booty. There is a valid connection between listis and piratis. Listis encompasses broad robbery, which can be on land or at sea. Piratis is more specifically referring to maritime piracy. And it is not in any way, shape, or form related to peratis, which is wanderer or immigrant. A Greek speaker would understand that these are separate words that are not related simply because they sound similar.
Damn.
The entries in Hesychius's lexicon make this absolutely clear. Lia refers to spoils or booty from war. Liis is possession from spoils. Liste are pirates and those made so from plunder. For Hesychius, liste and pirate are more or less synonymous. Liste can refer to pirates who are made so from the plunder, from the lia. Peras is a separate word that means end or resolution or boundary. That's where we get peratis. Pirata is synonymous with perata. Pirate are effectively liste on the water. And pirate comes from pirazi, which is to test or to pirate.
So that got into the weeds, but the point here is that like whenever you see Hillman pop up something on the screen that's zoomed in really, really, really close,
yeah,
it's usually because there's something off to the right or below it, or there's something around the border of what he's cropping that doesn't fit his narrative, right? Or like it refutes him altogether. So it's like he has to zoom in. He reaches for Hesychius's lexicon, which is like a little outdated, but whatever. He shows that the word peras, end, perata, like the peratatis, like the ends of the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then pirata, like one of them is an epsilon and the other is e or an epsilon iota. And because he has a whole theory that I cut out of this video about how Greek vowels don't matter and you can just kill the vowels and the vowels are quote unquote tuners. He has a whole theory that I just I didn't want to bog this down and all that stuff.
Right.
He just uses that to go hog wild on just saying to conclude that because the text says that Abraham was a peratis because he's a wanderer, it's kind of sounds like trafficker. Why don't we just run with this and say he's a trafficker?
how he expects people to take him seriously is like beyond me. Like this is absolute, like this is totally crank. This is totally crank.
Right, of course.
This is made clear in the entries of Pera and Peras from Beckus. A Peratis is a ferryman, also a stranger or an emigrant, as used in the Septuagint with respect to Abraham. Peratikos is foreign. The noun pirar refers to the end or boundary or outcome, goal, decision. The noun pira is associated with test, research, experience. There are 3 derivations, one of which is the verb piraume, which is where we get piratis, pirate. Beckus affirms that lia refers to booty or spoils, and that is the word that spawns all of the different derivations, including listis. The verb listevo is to rob or plunder, or listia is the noun for robbery. If lia is ever used in the context of human trafficking, then it would be context specific. BDAG affirms that listis is used in Christian literature to refer to robbers or bandits, and the number 2 definition shows revolutionary, insurrectionist, and guerrilla, because that is how it is defined in all of these examples in the Gospels. And it confirms that more precise definitions depend on assessment of social banditry.
Here's the definition of leistes, right? It's from Leidzo, for those of you who are in Greek, right? Good. And notice that they first give you robber or pirate, right? And you think to yourself, wait a minute, pirate? Jesus is saying, what you guys come out here so heavily armed like I'm a pirate? Right? Oh, well, what does that mean? Well, it's especially somebody at sea. So there's some kind of sea connection here. That's where we're getting pirate, brigand, buccaneer, right? Buccaneer. Later, pirates. Now you know where you get the word pirate from. Yeah, but what are these? Shiver me timbers? These aren't the guys that make Johnny Depp look good. This is not that kind of a pirate, right? These are s***ers. Chewy, bring up that same. Look at the very bottom. Used by Lycophron. Who is Lycophron? Lycophron is the poet who is preserving the song of Cassandra. Yeah, the song of Cassandra, who is the Bacchic Sibyl. You'll notice there in that Lycophron that we have a reference to child abduction, groups of traffickers who will sail into a port, jump off the ship armed with enough force to overwhelm the local authorities and take prisoner young men and young women, boys and girls. And if this kind of thing, why do they take them? To take them somewhere and traffic them, to sell them, right? I wanted to show you a little bit of the prophecy of Cassandra, and I wanted you to see there's some lovely imagery there and some talk of what you can do with your daughters. You can dedicate your daughters to the temple and they'll be protected. And we as members of the community who worship Hecate and protect those virgins, we take up weapons, stones, bows against those pirates who we catch with our children. It turns out the chief pirate is the Son of God.
The LSJ entry is pointing right here, where Cassandra prophesies the consequences of the crime committed by Ajax the Lesser, describing him as Kypridos listis theas, pirate of the Cyprian goddess. This metaphor depicts Ajax as a plunderer of sacred principles, particularly in his desecration of Cassandra, a supplicant at Athena's temple. Ajax's act offended Aphrodite for violating Cassandra's chastity and disrupting divine laws of love and purity. It also offended Athena for defiling her sanctuary and betraying her role as the protector of supplicants. This hubris led directly to the divine punishment of the Locrian maidens, who were sent as perpetual scapegoats to atone for his sacrilege. There is no human trafficking going on in this text, and listis is used in this text metaphorically, which is backed up by the LSJ.
Eustathius is using his own sources from Antiquity that nobody else around him is availing themselves of. He says right here, I just wanted to bring it up for you. He says, look, this is the very rise of Greek culture. It comes through the Leistes, comes through Leistea. This is Greek culture. If you don't understand what that is, go find out. For the satanic congregation,
That's what I was trying to get at. Like,
hear me when I
this is Greek
talk
culture.
about the
He's all about
Hellenes. Know who they
Hellenes.
are and where they came from. Indo-European. Ha.
Eustathius's commentary on the Odyssey distinguishes sea robbers from land robbers. He highlights that Homer's phrase, "they roam over the sea," clarifies that these are pirates, not land-based liste. Eustathius confirmed that plundering was not frowned upon in ancient sources the way it was in his day. He explicitly says that living by warfare and piracy was most noble, and he indicates that the livelihood of the Greeks at this time came from this kind of plundering activity. But he mentions that Aristarchus deemed piracy to be base. And Eustathius explains various associations between Achilles and Athena and brigandry because of their connection to the root liis.
I just want to show you quickly. This is the passage that talks about, this is Plutarch talking about Julius Caesar. When he was 25 years old, he got captured by Leistai. And what they do to him, they held him for ransom. And then he sailed, as soon as he got the ransom, he sailed away, got a Roman fleet, came back, took him captive, took back all his ransom, and then crucified him, every one of them. But that's what he told him he was going to do when he was being held captive. They held him for 38 days, and he was not a happy camper. Hear the text. Look at the second line. They capture him around the island called Drug Island. And it says he's captured by Peraton. Now you see the word. You say, wait a minute. Ammon, you told me it was Leistes. It is. Just wait. You told me it was Leistes and it's Peraton. This is where we get our word pirate. And at this time that Plutarch is writing this, they're transitioning from a Leistes to a Peraton. They're changing the terminology. Watch. Here it is. Look at the pirates. What is it? It's a brigand. It's a pirate. Look at the last line though, Danny. It says later. It's a later word for a Leistes. And the person, look at the name at the bottom.
Ammon.
Yes. That is the dude. That is the dude who showed Plutarch exactly what was going on. Linguistically, he's a mathematician and all this kind of stuff. Crazy dude. Right? Okay. Now watch what happens though. You're going to say, wait a minute, Peraton, that's not enough. Give me the last one. Look at this, Danny. Look at the second line. This is in the same passage of Plutarch, and it says, this is in his biography of Julius Caesar. And when is he writing? Right around 110 AD. Right? So he is completely contemporary, Danny, which you pointed out in your interview. He is completely contemporary with the writing of the New Testament. So his terms are the New Testament terms. And you'll see in the second line, who are these pirates? They're Leistas. They're Leistas. And this is where it says Julius Caesar gathers them all up. He gathers them together and he anestauros in them. He crucifies them.
In Plutarch's biography of Caesar, we see a clear association between listis and piratis, between brigandry, banditry, robbery, and piracy. He starts by describing the pirates who staged a naval blockade and captured the young Caesar. They weren't trafficking him, this was kidnap and ransom. After they secured the ransom and gave Caesar back, they are referred to by Plutarch as liste, brigands. This is a general reference to their criminality because they received the booty or the ransom, litra, for kidnapping Caesar. But then Plutarch conveys the irony that Caesar took the money that they made from the ransom and made that his booty, lian. So in effect, Caesar has become a listis. And then when Caesar crucifies these pirates, he refers to them as liste, because these terms overlap. But it is not referring to human trafficking. We can look to Aristophanes to see how Greeks actually described human traffickers, and we can see that that word is anthropodistis. So in any of these texts, if anybody really wanted to refer to human traffickers, they could simply use that word. The Greeks had a word for that concept. This word occurs in a vice list in 1 Timothy 1:10, anthropodiste, which is translated in the NASB as slave traders.
Your faiths are rooted in a dealer of human souls, a dealer in sex trafficking. That is your monist religion. Welcome to the reality. Now, am I saying this? No, the text is saying it. The text is saying, people asked me a long time ago, they're like, can you find me the Christing, the burning purple in your eyes? And I was
He's
like,
so
Muse,
triggered.
can you show me? I'm going to bring it to you tonight.
Was this
We're going
you?
to Christ it right
Were you
into
the one
our eyes.
asking him?
Oh,
yes.
God. It's
So he's
gorgeous.
getting
It's
triggered
from
by
a
it.
medical author. How does she get that? How does she know that accurate? Do you see why I say I have a cheat? There's no way I could find this.
There's no way I could find
This
this.
is how the
I
sausage
needed
is
to
made.
find it. So
Yeah.
I asked her, and she showed me. This is how it works. This is how the muse works.
I have a muse.
Hmm.
And this muse is a dead girl that I am able to talk to via a practice handed down from the late Bronze Age. And she is able to resurrect in front of my very eyes the spirits of the dead.
So full of
And I call them up one by one. I was talking just the other night with Lord Byron. And she was teaching me the way of Cain through the song of Lord Byron. Isn't that interesting? It's always your sources. Always go to the sources. Just read the stuff.
No, it is.
Read the stuff. That's the muse. Do you understand? That's the muse.
So,
Jeez, man.
pop quiz, Derek. What's the difference between bandit and pirate? What's the difference between listis and piratis?
Well, the pirate. So, in the context we were listening to, are you talking about in Julius Caesar's case, or?
Well, look, I realize this is dense, right? And
Yeah, it
also, you can see that that example from Plutarch,
Yeah.
from Plutarch's biography of Caesar, is very fascinating.
Yeah.
And it's something that Danny Jones has gone on to ask a lot of guests about. He's like, what's
Right.
going on in Plutarch? Because Plutarch seems to indicate that listis is a pirate, and a pirate is a human trafficker. And Jesus is saying he's not a listis, and therefore he's not a human trafficker. And so, and because he's denying it, he must be it. And it's just this merry-go-round.
Right.
So what's happening, if you go back and replay this and watch it carefully, I show all my sources. I'm not making this up. This is my interpretation of the sources. Listis is used, and Eustathius is commenting on this, that if you look into Homer and you look in these ancient Greek sources, especially the older ones, they're using the word listis or liste in the plural, lestai, to just describe pirates, to describe people they're robbing. They're getting the booty, which is lia, and so the act of that's piracy. You're pirating that booty. You're going around and you're attacking people. That comes from the word attack, and you're taking what's theirs and making it yours. You're just you're robbing people. You're a robber. Later on, at some point in the Hellenistic period,
is the noun piratis is introduced to
Right.
mean sea-based robbery, right? This word picks up steam and sort of there starts to be a bifurcation between the liste, who were the robbers on land, the bandits, and then for the Romans they became like the revolutionaries,
the water
and then
robbers.
the pirates were the water robbers, right? The
Right.
water bandits. And so you can see in Plutarch though that they're still kind of interchangeable because he initially describes these pirates who are staging a naval blockade. They're 100% sea-based. They kidnap Caesar and ransom him and get money for it.
Right.
And then they're done. And then when Caesar goes out to go turn the tables and punish them, he refers to the same people that he originally referred to as pirates. He calls them bandits.
Right.
And he says that the money that they got from ransoming Caesar made that his booty, the lia. And so I think, and this is just my interpretation, I think what Plutarch is doing is he's saying that like basically Caesar was a listis. Like Caesar, not only did he flip the switch and like, and pirate his pirates, right? Like the people who kidnapped him, he went against them and he made their money like his booty. He was a listis.
In a way, it's not even a derogatory thing when he's reversing the role. It's almost like if we were to tell a story in English and we were saying something like this, these bullies came and bullied the shit out of this kid or this guy. They bullied him really, really bad. The kid went and got his team and came back and bullied the absolute shit out of them. You're not going to interpret it as bad. You're going to go, no, he bullied them back, but righteously.
He bullied the bullies.
Yeah.
He bullied the bullies.
Yeah. Context wise, that's why I was asking you when you were like, well, what's the difference? I'm like, okay, hold on. Which example and what are we actually talking about here? Because then you brought up an actual human trafficking word that's in the Greek. And it's like, dude, like that's legitimately trafficking.
That's trading people in slaves. I mean, there's no sexual
like
connotation.
a modern implication, but yeah.
But that was the example. Those were the key examples that he's showing only in Greek. I'm showing them in Greek and English because I got nothing to hide and he has something to hide.
Right.
And that's the one. Like, if I don't get a chance to discuss this with Danny Jones later, like, look at that, Danny. Like that's the example that you really, really wanted. That proves that listis is a trafficker. Like it doesn't. Just look at it, read it. You can look it up. I think it's on Perseus Tufts. Nothing special, nothing going on here, nothing to see here.
And the island being a drug island, that one comment on that. The name of the island is Pharma. What's the name of the island again?
Yeah, it's
Pharma something.
Yeah, Pharmacusa. Pharmacusa. It's if you were to name that island in English, it's called like Pharmacusa. It means medicine. That's again, we keep coming back to this. Pharmakon is medicine.
Right.
And you can call it drug, but a doctor who prescribes drugs is not a drug dealer.
Right.
Right? Like,
I mean, you could argue again, context derivative, that a doctor who's prescribing you opiates or something when he shouldn't, like the pill mills we had, we found ways to make these terms derogatory or a negative connotation. But again, a listis, am I properly pronouncing it? Listis.
But look, if scholars would say lestes or lestes, I say listis because it's listis in modern Greek.
Listis. So the listis is not necessarily in most cases, I would imagine absolutely it's a bad negative term. But the way it gets reversed when Caesar comes back, I think Plutarch is saying Caesar got him. Like,
well, it doesn't get reversed in this. The thing is, these guys are pirates.
Yeah.
Later on, he says these guys are liste. He says they're bandits, and so this is evidence that for Plutarch in the 1st, 2nd century, like at the same time as the New Testament, the word listes, the word listis could mean a robber on the sea, or it could mean a robber on the land. Right. It was still the lines were still blurry. A piratis was was a sea-based robber.
Okay. So
and then later on, it was just like you wouldn't. Basically, the association with land-based, robbing people, like you beat someone up and you take their money, you're a listis. If you do that on the land, if you do it on the sea,
you're a pirate, but you could also be a listis.
Got it. Okay.
What you call the Old Testament, and I'm going to shock people with this one. What you call the Old Testament, which people say is written in Hebrew, right? Which is not a language that I work with. I had to take a little bit of modern Hebrew when I was there. The text that you think is written in Hebrew is not. It's a Greek text that's written in the 3rd century. It's a Hellenistic text called, that you call the Torah or the Old Testament. That is not an original Hebrew text. Now, how can I say that? What we have is the Septuagint that I'm talking about. It's the Greek Old Testament.
Okay.
The whole big deal about the Dead Sea Scrolls was they said, we finally have some Hebrew, because none of it survives, right? Hebrew is only an 8,000 word, ancient Hebrew, 8,000 word, unique word count language.
Okay.
Which puts it in the realm of something you could expend by the end of your breakfast. 8,000 words.
Right.
That's not a lot.
Okay. And the Dead Sea Scrolls were all in Hebrew?
The Dead Sea Scrolls were fragments in Hebrew and fragments in Greek, and everybody assumed, this is the original in Hebrew, right? Because now we're following church history. You and I live in a time in the time stream. We live at a time when we think that there was an original Hebrew text of the Old Testament, but there wasn't. It doesn't exist. Right? And to show people the Greek, what's the proof? What's the proof? The proof is when you read the Septuagint, that is the Greek Old Testament, it does not read as a translation. It reads as an original. It uses Greek idiom. It's like a fingerprint on a language, and it's got Greek.
How can you tell it reads
Greek fingerprints?
How do you discern the difference, whether it be an original or a translation?
Oh, you can tell. It's easy to tell because colloquialisms don't translate, right? And so it's like tagging it. So you're testing this language to see what its age is.
Okay.
So you tag it with certain things, and one of them is colloquialisms, right? The other one is technical vocabulary. You can't translate from a median technical degree to a high technical degree.
Okay.
You can go down the slope. You can take something that's not technical, right? And make it more technical, right? You can force that. You can't drift upstream.
Right.
So if the original is going to have the highest degree of technicality.
Yes.
They're Hebrew back translations. So they took the Greek.
Of what specifically?
They took the Greek and they said, how do we translate this into Greek?
Okay.
That's why you lose all the technical terms, because they didn't have them in their language. As a classicist, you're coming at it from that scientific linguistic angle. Right. Okay. So that's what gives me that authority to say, no, that word Adam is far older. Now you believe it's from the word for earth because that's what people said hundreds of years later. Remember in the 2nd century, this brilliant grammarian comes along, Julius Africanus. And he says, wait a minute, you guys are trying to translate this thing from Hebrew. It's in colloquial Greek, brah. It's not Hebrew. And Origen, I think it was at the time, says, there's nothing we can do. He says, you may be right. There's nothing we can do.
So the common argument I get a lot is that didn't you read the letter from Julius Africanus to Origen? He tells you that the Bible was Greek. You might have heard this before. But the person that's telling you this might be doing some diddling. I'm sorry. It's being real here. There's some diddling going on here.
Like
you might have heard this argument before
the text?
from somebody. And that particular somebody naughty. Stop diddling people. Stop diddling people. So you might have heard all of that before, and they might have told you this was talking about the entire Bible. The last thing that Origen says is, but all of the books of the Old Testament have been translated from Hebrew into Greek. So why are you using this source as evidence that the Hebrew Bible is actually all Greek? This is Cross Bible. A friend of mine started this website, himself.
Steven!
I subscribe. You can actually, if you want, you could chip in and help donate to the site to make it run better.
Thank you, Neil.
You could sit there. You could take all these Bibles and you could sit them side by side and compare them. This is my new tool. It's such a good tool. I like putting the Hebrew on the right and the Greek on the left because the Hebrew reads right to left and the Greek reads left to right. And they flow into each other like this.
Then you get your translation.
That's why I like this website. So right at the top is crossbible.com. And you can sign up and you can join his tier pages and stuff like that. He needs support. That's my buddy. So you did a great job with this website, by the way. I'm going to use it all the time. So thank you for that. Now, what if I told you
I don't blame you.
that this book is divided into 22 chapters? Same amount as the alphabet. All right. You should be, if you're a truther, if you're really someone who follows and wants truth, you should be saying, all right, tell me more. Think about this for a second. This is already going in perfect order of the acrostic poem. He then turns into Vav. You're telling me that they got passed down this text that has the word Kai in the perfect order to where the letter Vav shows up in the acrostic poem. That's a miracle. This translation, maybe it was 70 elders in Alexandria that translated it, because that's a miracle. That's a miracle.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Joel Koretko. I am a assistant professor of biblical studies at Northwest Seminary and College. I'm also an adjunct professor of biblical studies at Axe Seminaries and Trinity Western University. But where his statement goes awry is in his claim that the literary style of the LXX, the Septuagint, is purely compositional Hellenistic Greek. So compositional being if I sit down and I just start writing, if I'm a Greek person, I just start writing in Greek, the way in which you would normally write based on the conventions of the time, both classical and post-classical. How do you write Greek? Just naturally. Ammon seems to claim that the language represents normal day-to-day Greek that you'd encounter in regular writing or conversation. But I don't think Ammon has taken the time to investigate the details of the language of the Septuagint. So what I'm saying is he's claiming, and this is why I started to get frustrated, I can tell you literary style. And when I read the Septuagint, I know the literary style. I don't think he's right. I think he actually doesn't know the literary style. And that's a big claim, I recognize, but I don't think he's picking up on it because he hasn't done a close reading of the text. The literary style of the Septuagint, while being comprehensible and understandable Greek, it is translation Greek. We can look at the Septuagint and demonstrate that it is definitely translated from here. So Genesis 13:14, and Adonai said to Abraham after Lot had separated from him, now lift up your eyes and look to the place where you are, to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west. The west there is Vayama, that is toward the sea. That's how you say west when you're writing in Hebrew. In Greek, it says, and God said to Abraham after Lot departed from him, lift up your eyes, look from the place which you are now towards the north, to the south, to the east, not to the west. It says thalasan, to the sea. Now you might be saying, it's like, well, what's going on? What's going on there? Because thalassa, this word sea in Greek, Ammon knows this. Okay, Ammon knows this. Go to a lexicon, that is a dictionary that scholars use. Look up the word sea. Does it mean west in common Greek speech? Does it ever get used to refer to west? Is it a term that they use for the west? It is not. It's not in there. Again, I think this is almost definitive. This is definitive evidence. This is a translation. Genesis 19:29. So you've got the Hebrew, Ha'arim, Asher, Yashav, Bahem, Lot, the cities which Lot dwelled in. So I've given you like the colloquial English translation. Literally, the Hebrew would say the cities which he dwelled in them, Lot. But because we're translating to English, we get rid of that in them. But it says in them in the Hebrew. In the Greek, you've got Taspolis and Hes, Katoiki, and Avtes, Lot. The cities in which Lot dwelled in them. You see what happened? The cities in which Lot dwelled in them. Why does it say that in them? It says that because it's clearly just representing the Hebrew source text underneath. You do not need that in them in Greek. You could just say the cities in which Lot dwelled. period, just like you could in English. But because there's this Semitic source text, this Hebrew language system underneath, the translator's actually representing what they see in the Hebrew text.
Yeah.
This is not how you would say things in Greek. You do not need that in them on the end. And this actually crops up in the Septuagint over and over and over again. Another example I brought you, this is just a few from Numbers 13:32. And it says, and they presented the report of the land that they explored to the Israelites, saying, the land that we went through. And so I added in the it there and the in it, because in the Hebrew it has that, again, that extra pronoun, it. The land that they explored, it. The land that we went through, in it. And so when you get to Greek, you see it again. And so the translation, obviously the translator's doing some things here, but let's just focus on the pronouns. And he brought a terror to the land, which they visited it. Towards the sons of Israel, saying, the land which we passed over, it. And again, that you don't need to say that in Greek. That you don't do that, because you could just say the land which they visited, the land which we passed over. Why does it have this extra pronoun, these pronominal phrases? Because it's clearly translating a Semitic source text. We see the Hebrew language popping through in ways that are not the way you'd speak Greek. So coming back to Ammon's claim about literary style, this is the literary style of the Septuagint. It is clearly translation Greek. You can see the Hebrew poking through.
Yes.
So if you're reading Homer, if you're reading the 4th century orators, you won't see this stuff. This is not this is not the way that you write things in Greek, in compositional Greek. And the fact that it crops up over and over and over again in the Septuagint is showing us there's a Semitic source text, a Hebrew text underneath that the translator is translating from. Yeah. So here we have Leviticus. It's a crazy set of ritual texts and other things that people often get very confused by. Fair enough. But I just want to show you one thing right at the beginning. So in Hebrew, it says, ish, ish, man, man. Mebeit Yisrael Asher Yishchat Shor. Any man from the house of Israel who might slaughter an ox. Literally, man, from the house of Israel who might slaughter an ox. That's when you say man, it's an idiom. It's a Hebrew idiom to say like a certain person, an individual, a certain man. That is not the same in Greek. That idiom does not exist in Greek. But what you find in the Septuagint is anthropos, man. Ton hion Yisrael, e ton proseluton, ton proskimenon, en himin hos an sphase moschon. Man of the son of Israel's, or of the immigrants, or of those residing among you, textual difference there, who might slaughter a calf. When it says man, anthropos in Greek, go ahead and search all of the literary texts that Ammon said that you need to read to understand the literary style. I actually, I've done this. Just do the search. You can look on a thing called TLG, Thesaurus Lingua Graeca. Man is not a Greek idiom. It doesn't exist.
It does,
Why
but it means something.
Because this is translating from a Hebrew text.
Person is a human.
It's translating a Hebrew idiom literally.
How common is it though? Like
very common. It's just anthropos.
Really? So he's just wrong.
It's clear that this is just a representation of the Hebrew that's underlying it.
So I spoke to Joel about this. The thing is, what he means is that man as a Hebrew idiom to mean some person or some man, that idiom doesn't exist in Greek unless it's the Septuagint. So when you look it up on TLG, you'll find the Septuagint because that's in the TLG.
The anthropos.
You'll find Philo. You'll find this is a Hebraism.
Okay.
But you will also find it sometimes with punctuation. So it's like anthropos, comma anthropos, like a person, comma the person does this and that. Right? Look at a person. The person goes there. Or you'll find it in Aristotle, for example, to say anthropos, anthroposistin, like a person is a person, or a person is a human. So like those words are synonymous. And so you can say anthropos, a person is a person, or a person is a human. And I looked up every single reference on the TLG because that's what Joel suggested. Like, go look it up on TLG.
Yeah.
So I looked it up on TLG, and then there's like a ton. There's like 110 examples. I showed that on screen. I'm not hiding anything.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's 100 plus examples that I showed on screen that you can go on the TLG and you can look up and you can read every single one if you really are gung-ho about it. And you will not find a Greek author who isn't like Hebraicizing or just translating from a Hebrew source. You will not find a Greek author that uses anthropos like that. Okay. That's what he means. When he challenges people to go look this up on TLG, it was all the other examples you can also look up in TLG and just Greek. The point is, Greek writers don't write like this. This isn't the Greek style. This isn't like if you handed that text to a Greek who was not steeped in, not a Hellenistic Jew and didn't know Hebrew and wasn't used to hearing things like this, they would say like, why are you saying like anthropos, like a person is a human? It doesn't make sense in Greek.
Right. This kind of gets into, this is a side note, but in the New Testament, when you and me were trying to understand Genomai and stuff, like there's this strange, like born of a woman. And you're like, hold on, dude, like humans are all born of woman. What do you mean? And of course, mythicists really make a big deal out of that particular thing to go, yeah, but this guy was something like, it's this incarnational kind of doctrine idea that they're trying to put that a celestial.
Well, they say that's a weird thing to say. Like, who would say that? That's so weird. Well, it's
a Jewish guy would.
Idiom.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So a Jewish person would say that. But yeah, and your point is the cool thing is going into your original video that people need to watch after this video, just giving you another heads up. If you're still watching, go back and watch Steven's video, because in it, Steven's point about how much Greek we have preserved, you can go fact check the Greek written by Greeks over against the Hebraizing Greek and then go, well, which one's more authentic? And Ammon, which we've already seen flunks Greek as some expert, claiming to be an expert in this, he should know better with all the Greek he can go check over against the Septuagint and see if this is the case. But clearly he has other agenda.
Joel delivers one of the most devastating blows to Hillman's thesis about the Septuagint you could possibly imagine. Like he very handily refuted all of this. And you're about to see Hillman's response to Joel. It's very entertaining because all he wants to say is all of this stuff, like Joel is saying, this kind of Greek is bad Greek. This is translation Greek. This is Hebraic Greek. This is not regular Greek.
Yeah.
Just spoiler alert. The refutation to that Hillman presents is, no, it's not. It's regular Greek. This is good. It's actually good Greek. So Joel's perspective, this is bad Greek. Basically the entire field's perspective, all scholars' perspective. This is bad Greek. This is translations Greek. It's the translation Greek. Hillman, this is good Greek. That's it. This is good Greek. Trust me, bro. Trust me.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of work in the laws in the Covenant Code, so in chapter 21 to 23 of Exodus. And later on, Kip, you'll mention in your comments to him about the infinitive absolute.
Yeah.
It's this specific kind of grammatical, syntactical structure that we find in Hebrew that doesn't exist in Greek. And that was a good place for you to go. I think that was right. This construction, it gives us a window into times when the Septuagint is using phraseology that doesn't exist, again, in classical or post-classical Greek, in order to mimic the Hebrew source text that they're translating from. And so it's where we can use the linguistic data to show that the Septuagint is translation Greek. And so this is the literary style again. So here's an example. Makei ish vamet mot yumat. One striking a man and he dies, he shall certainly be put to death. That's the Hebrew. And the Greek is ayande pataxe tis tina ke apothane thanato thanatusto. If anyone might strike someone and he dies, by death, let him be put to death. And so what I want you to focus on here is that last bit. By death, let him be put to death. Thanato thanatusto. That's a redundant thing to say. If you put someone to death, they're dying by death, right? It's not colloquial Greek. In English, it doesn't compute in English, and it also doesn't compute in Greek as a normal way that you'd say something. We're redundant. So thanatao means put to death. You don't need to add by death right here for everyone to really see. By death. You don't need that. The translator adds this phrase by death. Why? And here's the cinch. Because in the Hebrew, you've got two of the same root. You got mot, yumat. You can the MT sound. Does everybody hear that? It's because it's the infinitive absolute. It uses the same term twice for emphasis to say it without sophistication. And if you know the idioms of classical and post-classical Greek, the literary style, because I have gone through, I kid you not, every single example of the death penalty in legal texts and of all the terminology for the death penalty that exists in the classical and post-classical texts. This was my dissertation at Oxford. And I am telling you, thanato thanatousto is not a phrase that exists. It doesn't. It's not colloquial Greek. So it's not, the literary style is not a literary style. It's off. And why is it off? It's because the translator's representing is going, I see the word, I see moat, and I see moat again. Well, let's do something that sounds similar. Thanato, you see, thanat, thanatousto, thanat. And so it's not idiomatic Greek, but it's representing the same kind of structure it's seeing in the Hebrew text underneath it. So we can tell then that the literary style is not that of compositional Greek, it is translation Greek.
It's the way we do things. Somebody critiqued me on style. I want to make this point. Somebody critiqued me on saying that you can tell the style of the Greek. They critiqued me. I think it was the gang that's the Septuagint knucklehead gang. I think that's what it is. Septuagint scholars look really dumb. They're looking really dumb. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I love it. I love it. It's fantastic. As long as the scholarship advances, you can peel off the old crust of the people who stopped teaching, right? Who started doing it for, you know what I mean? Deuteronomy 7:2.
That was his reputation.
Oh, now watch this on the second line. Aphanismoi aphanies. Do you hear that? Aphanismoi aphanies. Aphanismoi aphanies. Do you see what they're doing? Now watch. He's going to do it again. Diathese, diathaken. Diathese, diathaken. Do you hear what's going on? It's something Hellenistic Greeks particularly love to do. They love to take a verb because they're smarties, right? They've learned how the language works. They've learned the mastery of how that causes you to grow in your brain. In that place that you perceive causes you to grow. And you know, they've gotten clever. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a verb, the action word, and we're going to take a noun, the person, place, or thing. And we're going to take those two things. We're going to make one word, the verb, and it's going to have this root. And then we're going to take the same root and we're going to have the noun. Use the noun from that root. Right. It's a little bit of repetition that breaks up. It makes them remember this is musical.
He's claiming, I can tell you literary style. And when I read the Septuagint, I know the literary style. I don't think he's right. I think he actually doesn't know the literary style. The literary style of the Septuagint, while being comprehensible and understandable Greek, it is translation Greek. We can look at the Septuagint and demonstrate that it is definitely translated from Hebrew.
The style of these lines, is Greek. It's not only colloquial. It's stylistically Greek. Is the Hebrew able to keep this up? No, of course not, because the Hebrew is a translation of this. How are they supposed to invent words? Oh God, if you've only got 8,000, you've got to start inventing. Right? It's the way it is.
Anachronistic too.
Yeah, no, none of them were originally written in Hebrew. They're all originally written in Greek. That's why they had complete Greek texts with them. Right?
Greek was the first.
There was no Hebrew spoken at the time. Hebrew had become a liturgical language, right? By the 2nd century BC, the Old Testament, if I say anything today, the Old Testament is a work of the 3rd century, and it's originally in Greek. Yeah, the name Eve, Ewa, is the shout that a Bacchant makes. It's a woman under the influence of some pretty powerful drugs.
Everything is about drugs.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's not about drugs.
Danny, welcome. You see it, Danny.
From this
You see it.
Pulaskian side comes this Saba root. Neil, hit me with the next one. And what did the Victorians in 1850
see how close
figure
up that
out?
was?
Yep.
Sabadzo is being used as a wadzo, which for the people who are on Lady Babylon's side of the fence will tell you, oh my God, that's the word that means to worship Bacchus. To worship Bacchus. It means, give it to me, Neil, the next one. It means to cry, Ewa, Ewa, in honor of Bacchus. So when I open up Genesis and I see the name Eve, and the Septuagint says her name is Zoe, I know that this is the Ewa Zoe. That is a Greek concept. That is the water of life. Open your eyes. This is wonderful. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Not the name Eve, though.
It isn't Greek.
It's Chava.
Keep going.
Because there's no
Keep
vav.
going.
There's no vav in Greek. The upsilon, right?
Hey, I'll tell you the basic thing I tell incomers into the intensive Greek course. The vowels are tuning. The vowels are tuning those consonantal stems, and that E on the end is just the way to address that Ewa.
What about the
Ewa
guttural?
becomes Ewa. Oh,
What
isn't
about-
that
where
nice?
does the guttural come from?
You thought it's not a guttural. There's a have you ever heard of a digamma? It is a letter that was used in the Mycenaean Greek that became
Totally
drawn
irrelevant.
into the upsilon. Now this draw happened early on because it makes it all the way over onto the Latin side. When a Latin wakes up in the morning, scratches his backside and walks out his hut and says, "Hey, Video." He's saying, "I see something." Wah. It's the W sound.
He's probably like, what am I going to say?
Ewa. You spell it
He means like they see
E-V-O-E.
they see
You
something.
spell it
Where did the-
E-V-O-E.
I spell it Chet Vav Hey.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to know where the guttural came from.
Oh, well, here's the problem. That's Hebrew. And we're talking about the Greek language.
But how do you get from the Greek? This is what I'm most interested in is the path taken from there to the Hebrew. But the Hebrew is Chava. So where did that come from?
No response.
I see what you're saying.
This
It
is
was
before
a
he ends
later
up just-
back translation, like all of the Hebrew.
Then he goes back
That's
to
why
the
you
script.
that's why you find the Dead Sea Scrolls with Greek, because they were translating
excuse?
into a
No,
dead
that's
liturgical language.
not
When you
why
go
you
to the
find Dead Sea
synagogues,
Scrolls
you
in
see
Greek.
Greek. Why don't you see any Hebrew? You see Greek in the synagogues. Nobody is writing anything in Hebrew.
Let's get back on track. All right.
Okay.
Go with your slides. Let's go to the next one.
Bring it. So Theosebea is what this guy Job has. And I want you to see that this is that Saba of Zeus or Theos. Good. Keep going, Neil. Right? Now, how does this translated, right? On the Masoretic side, you just use an adjective for being afraid and you drop in Elohim. Look, Theosebea is taken by the Hebrew back translator and done literally. They have no internal concept of Theosebea or Saba. If the Septuagint was translated and this is the original, you would never, ever get the word Theosebea, and you wouldn't have an extra virtue, the alethinos in front. The Hebrew only has 3.
Is that how the Septuagint translates?
Yeah.
Vire Elohim?
Yeah. There's no Elohim there.
Every time? I just very much struggle to see that this is straight across a Greek construction that was then translated into Hebrew.
What if I asked you, what if I said, can you just take it from a guy who's been reading Greek for 30 years and has read everything on the classical side and biblical side? And that, whether it's church fathers talking about their mucky muck or whether it's Julius friggin' Caesar, right? Okay, can you just take it from a guy like that I can pick up the Septuagint and read it? And I know exactly when it's definitely a Hellenistic text. It uses Hellenistic constructions. What do I mean by that?
Not always.
What do I mean by that? Little things that you cannot do in Hebrew. For example, you take one root and you put two different prefixes on it, and you have both versions back to back. Septuagint does that all the time. And what's funny is watching the Hebrew try to kind of like try to express that little gymnastics. They can't. All I'm saying is this is a Hellenistic text. Theosebes is not God-fearing as it was translated into the Hebrew. It is very specific veneration of Sabazeus or Dionysus for oracular rite, like you were getting in your telesterion that Moses set up when the voice of God was just steamrolling him. It's the same system. It is Greek. It's Sabazeus, baby, and it is Bacchus. You understand? This is
it's got Bacchic roots to it. You're absolutely
mainline Bacchic.
The Etymological Dictionary of Greek by Beckus reveals that historically sevome was originally used in Homer to mean to shy or feel ashamed, and then after Homer, it took on the meaning of to be in awe, to honor, to worship, especially in regards to the gods. There's no discernible etymological connection here between sevome and saba. The verb soveo means to scare away or chase away. Again, no connection with saba. Semnos is an adjective that means venerable or honored or holy or noble. Savos and Savasios do have connections with the cult of Dionysus and Sabazios, but these are not related to Sevome. The only connection there is in Hillman's imagination. None of this is particularly controversial. There is a term Savasmos, which is the feast of Sabazius or Dionysus, and the term Savazo, which means to shake violently. The only potential connection I could find between Sab and Seb is in the equivalence of Evsaveo and Evseveo, which is noted in Schweitzer. But if you look up this citation in Schweitzer's Greek grammar, it's simply referring to a dialectical form of Evseveo, pronounced as Evsaveo, in Elis, which is in the western part of the Peloponnese. This is simply a rare pronunciation. Evazo is indeed a Bacchic chant that people would cry. In Homer's Iliad, you can clearly see the use of the term sevome to refer to having shame in this context. You Argives that rage with the bow, you men of dishonor, have you no shame? Ou ni seveste. This is not referring to worship because it is the Homeric usage of that verb before it had the connotation of worship. In Diogenes Laertes, we can also see the use of the term sevome to refer to reverence of somebody's words. And here Ephsevia is referring to piety, but there's no association here with Saba or the cult of Dionysus. In Demosthenes, we have clear-cut examples of how these Bacchic chants were used. This is also attested in Strabo's geography. Evi savi, or ewoi saboi. The number 2 definition of phobeo, to fear, in BDAG, says to have a profound measure of respect for, have reverence, respect, with special reference to fear or offending. 2a has God. 2a covers the fear of God. This is fear in the sense of reverence. 2b is towards a person who commands respect. It's difficult to find instances in Greek literature to the use of the verb fear in the sense of revere. But I did find this example, because of old I have revered and worshipped the temple. Διατοάνωθεν φοβίσθε και σέβεσθε το ιερόν. Here, the verb fear is being used in the sense of revere. Aeschylus provides an example of the verb sevo being used in the sense of respect, by the gods, demonon sevas. Aeschylus also provides us with an example of the verb to fear being applied to the gods. I do not fear the divinities of this country. Uti fovume demonas tus enthade. We find an example of the Greek concept of fearing the gods in Isocrates. Tus theus fovu, fear the gods.
This expression, yire Elohim, is not consistently translated. What's the Greek
This
word?
is a good point.
Theosabe?
Yeah.
It's not.
Theosebea.
I mean, I have an example here, and I'm only just searching the Torah here. I have an example here in Genesis chapter 22, verse 12, where Yire Elohim is translated as it was like literally the first one I pulled up.
That's because there's no word for Elohim.
Otiphobe ton theon.
That there's no right. Do you see what happens? Right?
No,
if the Greeks
I
were
don't.
going to translate, if the Greeks were going to translate the Hebrew, they would have hit that the same both times. They didn't. They chose not to. But the Hebrew can't afford to express that power.
Almond
So what
doesn't
does it
even
do?
know
It's
what the
fear of
Hebrew
God
is saying.
over and over again. That's all.
Yeah, I know. He admits he doesn't know
You're
Hebrew.
translating into a
No,
dead
that's
liturgical language.
not
When you
why
go
you
to the
find Dead Sea
synagogues,
Scrolls
you
in
see
Greek.
Greek. Why don't you see any Hebrew? You see Greek in the synagogues. No,
Go ahead.
So Theosebea is what this
What's
guy
that have to
Job
do with
has.
anything?
And I want you to see that this is that Saba of Zeus or Theos. Good. Keep going, Neil. Right? Now, how does this translated, right, on the Masoretic side? You just use an adjective for being afraid, and you drop in Elohim. Look, Theosebea is taken by the Hebrew back translator and done literally. They have no internal concept of Theosebea or Saba.
All right, pause it there. All right. So what is he saying there? Do you understand what's?
Yeah, Theosebea is God-fearing. It was a title that was used. You do see synagogue inscriptions where somebody, and God-fearer was a title that was used in the Hellenistic Jewish world to refer to somebody who was a Greek or a Roman, was not Jewish, but supported the Jewish community. So it was like, he's a friend of the Jews. He's a God-fearer. And so you have like funerary inscriptions where on somebody's headstone it says, this is Dave, God-fearer. So that just meant he was a friend of the Jewish people.
Theosebes.
Yeah, or it might say this synagogue was built thanks to the help of so-and-so, Theosebes, the God-fearer. So that's a title that developed within Hellenistic Judaism as it's interacting with the Greco-Roman world. So it's not unusual that there would be a title that is unique to Greek because that title developed from the interaction of Jewish and Greco-Roman individuals. The notion that this Hebrew didn't pre-exist that title, that this is a translation from that title is nonsensical.
The author of Acts provides us with a lot of helpful terminology. In Acts 2, he refers to Andres Evlavis, devout men, apopantos ethnus, from every nation, iudei teke prosiliti, both Jews and proselytes. He describes Cornelius as Evsevis ke fovumenos ton theon, devout and God-fearing. There is no connection here with Evsevis and the cult of Dionysus. He's describing Cornelius' devotion to the God of Israel. He's described as a devout soldier. And again in chapter 10, he's referred to as fovumenos ton theon, God-fearing. This is a concept that is rooted in Judaism and Hebrew. Peter acknowledges, I now truly understand that God is not one who shows favoritism, but in every nation the person who fears him, o fovumenos afton, and does what is right is welcome before him. And in Acts 13, we see a reference to many of the Jews and God-fearing proselytes, ton sevomenon prosiliton. We have another reference in Acts 13 to God-fearing women. In John 9, we also find Theosevis. And in 1 Timothy 2:10, we have Theosevia, which is a hapax legomenon.
I'm not interested in giving an answer, Kip. So let's just go.
No, you don't want to talk to me about the The infinitive.
I think you're full of it. I think you're full of it. And I think you were saying in the chat room that you are an expert in Greek, and you said there's no way. There's no way.
I didn't say I was
dude.
an expert in Greek.
There's no way. Bring it or don't. Bring it or don't, Kip. Bring it or don't.
Can we?
I lost a lot of respect for Ammon
like that.
at this point. Even though I
Dr. Kip,
thought he
you've been
was
pretty
weird.
nice. Ammon, you don't got to be like that, man. You don't got to tell him he's full of it.
Honesty, Neil. All my life. All my life. Honesty. If you're gonna
faith. I think Dr. Kip actually thinks this. He's not.
I think it's gentleman, though. I think it's gentleman, don't you, Neil? I think it's gentleman. Don't you think
Neil?
that
Like,
if you're going
Neil's
to
talking
assert
to
an
you,
argument
bro,
about
like-
the ancient Greek,
I am asserting an
maybe
argument.
you've read some ancient Greek.
A little bit, but
Have you?
If you're going to, so a little bit, yeah.
Fantastic.
So, okay, but then again, I mean, isn't it fair to say that your knowledge of ancient Hebrew is maybe not strong enough to be making
Kip
some
is
of these
being
assertions?
So nice.
Yeah, and that's
God,
why
you're nice,
I
Kip.
tell everyone when I have the Septuagint, I have a Greek document. It's native Greek. It's native Greek. Okay.
Yes.
My argument's not.
Yeah, it's
I
native
laugh
Greek,
at
yeah.
the Hebrew attempt to try to translate it, but I
it's-
know that the one that's being quoted in the first century is the Septuagint. They're not quoting Hebrew. They're quoting the Septuagint directly. So that's Kip. That's all I'm interested in. It's the actual text.
Well,
and I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I get a little bit bent out of shape, but don't claim what you aren't. If you're going to stand up to the text,
An
stand up to them.
expert
And
in Hebrew
I admire it.
literature is what I am.
Yes. You said the Hasmoneans were the ones who brought the revival of literature. Can you give me the name?
I didn't say that. I said the Hasmoneans revived Hebrew.
Yeah. Okay. And what does that mean?
That means that they revived the usage
Kip's
of
having
the
an
script,
honest dialogue. You can tell
the
He's trying
ancient
to-
script, in the expression of their sacred texts.
So there are pieces of literature, great works of different genres of Hebrew then, right?
Not many, no.
Yeah,
And I
no,
don't know
not-
how
how
that has
about-
any bearing. Okay,
How about
listen,
one? How about one?
Listen.
Kip's picking up. On it now.
So
What
what
do
I
you get-
wanted
where
to
do
get
you-
to,
I don't have to listen.
I also don't have to listen. Maybe I should just go.
Maybe you should.
I didn't want this to turn into a debate, guys. I'm sorry, Dr. Kip. I didn't want this to happen. I just wanted you guys to tell me why you think this is. I didn't want this to. You guys are no more calling each other out for being full of it. No more of that stuff.
Yeah.
Let
How about
people what they have to say? That's it. That's all I'm asking.
I'm perfectly happy, but if he misrepresents himself, he's talking about the text, Neil, that I read all day long for 30 years. I don't want somebody saying something
that's
that
a
all
lie.
of your
I
guests
can't
will
believe
hear
that.
it, and they will think he knows what he's talking about. I've heard
After all this?
academics do this for years. For years, they do the same thing. He's talking in circles. Notice he doesn't bring any examples.
Yeah, so that's his debate style. That's like he wants to steamroll his debate opponent and just like go off into tangents about totally irrelevant things and just be totally rude. And he's a bully. He's a bully.
Yeah.
He bullied Kip, even though I was trying to highlight with some of the text under this video that like Kip had irrefutable points. Kip did not like he was scoring points, but he just doesn't he doesn't equal the volume of
No, and he's
Hillman.
thinking there's an honest dialogue when there's not, and it clearly got worse. And Ammon just kept doing what you showed him do every time someone gets him. He doesn't answer the question. He doesn't come up with a solid argument in debate. Is this a point where I should bring up the fact that I actually spoke to Danny Jones about?
No, not yet.
Okay,
not yet. But I just want to probe you a little bit. Is the God-fearing thing clearer after the explanation, or is it still a little fuzzy?
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong. You pointed out ancient examples in Greek where it gives more of a shameful understanding in the language. Later, there seems to be a move into a more reverence, but it's usually a translation out of the Semitic, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, So basically, the way that the Hebrew language expresses the concept of piety or reverence to God is using the phrase God-fearer, like the fear of Elohim, right? And that's just based on this discussion, right? Like, I don't know Hebrew, full disclosure, I only know Greek. But when a Hellenistic translator, like a Hellenistic Jew who speaks Greek natively, who also understands Hebrew, sees that Hebrew word God-fearer
and translated
they have two choices to translate it into Greek. They can literally render it like ophovumenos ton theon, like the fearer of God, and just literally translate it, or they have at their disposal a perfectly suitable Greek adjective, ephsevis, which just means pious, and it also means, well, it means a good reverer, right? Ephsevis, like it's like sevome is to be pious. Now, in Homer, it doesn't have a religious connotation. In Homer, it just means you revere someone, right? A person. Later on, after Homer, and the lexicon supports this, later on after Homer, that reverence began to be directed exclusively towards deities, and then it became associated with the religious connotation of pious.
Got it.
So by the Hellenistic period, this word is pious. So basically, the Hellenistic translators can say, I can render this totally hyper literally as God-fearer, or I can render it as ephsevis, pious. And then there are other layers, semnos, like I listed all the words. And then by the time you get to the New Testament is throwing them all out interchangeably. Like Luke is using all of this vocabulary.
Got it.
Hillman's point is that supposedly in his framework, if the original is Greek and the original has povumenos ton theon and ephsevis, that you can't, like, he thinks that you have these two concepts in the original quote unquote Greek, and that those two concepts are being translated one way into Hebrew for some inexplicable reason.
Right.
Whereas in reality, what we all know, if you're not in a cult, we all know that it was originally this one Hebrew phrase that got translated either literally or with the more or less equivalent Greek phrase that is translated in the LSJ, fear of God, with theosevia, not theosebea, theosevia or theosebea. And that literally means reverence of God or fear of God.
Right.
So it's like this is all like basically like there's no mystery here. There's no weird, like he's pulling up these words and he's saying that there's some connection with Saba because Savos and Savasios, like those are deities. Those are Phrygian, the Phrygian version of Dionysus.
Right.
Right. So they have this Bacchic chant, like all that's true, but that word does not derive, like sevome does not derive from Saba. Maybe Saba derives from sevome, but it doesn't go the other way around. And he has absolutely no scholarship to support that. He can't point at anything to say that this is like an explanation for his theory. His theory is it's speculative. Let's put it politely, right? Speculative.
There is. Oh, is it? We just can't see it. He's like a ghost. Make yourself visible. Wesley Huff comes to me. Oh, there you are. There you are, Wesley Huff. I see you. I see you. I know something about Wesley that you don't. I know something about Wesley. Chewy, put your hand over your big furry mouth. Are you ready? Danny Jones invited Wesley Huff to come on the show to talk with me. That's right. That's right. He did months ago. And what, Wesley? What was your response? Sorry. Too busy. Too busy. Really? Really? And Wesley, does too busy include going on second-rate podcasts with interviewers who have no idea about any of the sources that they babble about, trying to control all of us trying to take us into a back alley. This man is a fraud, and the one who interviewed him is also a fraud. I never said anything they said I said. But that's what frauds do. That's what frauds do. And it doesn't hold it, man. Classical philologists don't put up with that. And that's why Wesley tucked his tail and ran away so that he could circle jerk another day. Do you understand what the world is offering you, satanic congregation? They're offering you a giant steaming pile of Wesley Huff. Wesley Huff. Well, Wesley, if you're too afraid to come and talk with me, with Danny Jones as referee, Wesley, I'm sorry, but this is for you. This is for you, Wesley. You know what you do? You don't step into the arena, Wesley, with a veteran. This is the reason that the Christians are running. Danny said, hey, I've talked to a whole bunch of them. Running. I'm telling you, people, because they can't refute any of this, right? If I give this to them, first of all, this is the fun part. Oh, I can't wait. Do you see what happens, people? When you pull the Greek out and give it to them, if they claim to be able to read it, they got to read it, right? Now, I'm willing to give because, you know, Greek across 2,000 years, I can throw up any source to any Oxford scholar, confuse them and get them off their mark, and it'll look like they don't know Greek very well. But there are hard texts that you can do that with, right? So I don't mean that, but trust me, when we throw this stuff up there, oh God, it's just, what can you do, people? Well, there's no answer for it. There's no answer. You are watching right now, Lady Babylon. I have brought you the weapon of all weapons. It is the killer of monism. I have brought you the antidote. And it happens to be an antichrist. Oh, God. I love it. Oh, it makes me so excited. You cannot stand before the classical tradition. I will bring you all low. I am Ammon.
That's it.
Well, Stephen, I spoke to Danny in this period last few months.
We both spoke to him.
Yeah. And I pitched it to him and I was like, look, you really need to get my bro on, who knows and has studied Ammon more than anyone. And this video is evidence of it. You cut out hours of material that you could have used, but we really wanted this to be possible to watch. And that doesn't mean we couldn't do a follow-up, of course, going into more stuff. My takeaway is this. The guy doesn't know Greek like he claims. I'm not going to say he can't possibly navigate clearly some stuff, but he gets all this interpretation stuff really out there. I don't know what's going on up here that makes him do the weird stuff that he does. But we talked to Danny and I was like, look, Danny, get him to debate my bro, Steven. And he's like, you sure you shouldn't debate this guy, Wes? I didn't even know who Wes was. In fact, this is before Wes was literally even on the radar. He got put on the radar because of Billy, but he was trying to get on the radar by wanting to supposedly debate with Ammon. Problem is it sounded like Ammon wasn't trying to do anything based on what we were hearing at the time. Well, then we got a response back where Ammon rejected debating you at all. Yeah. Now, this isn't some second-rate podcast. We're talking debating on Danny Jones. So it doesn't matter how many subscribers you or I have. You're going on a 1 million subscriber platform to make noise. Why is he choosing not to debate Stephen Nelson from Cross Bible?
Well, the thing that I proposed was I told Danny that I was working on this. I had already done a ton of research. I dug up all of the examples. I put together the slideshow. I hadn't started cutting it yet. And I just said, I would like to give Dr. Hillman the opportunity to respond in real time to some of these things that I've uncovered in my examples.
Yeah.
so that he has the chance to just defend himself in real time. Maybe he has some reasonable responses. So I was just going to, I offered to not make this video, not make this, critique, this expose, this hit piece.
Yep.
And release it like we're going to do now because he refused.
Yep.
I gave him the opportunity to, before I released that, to give me responses. I said, I may still make a video, but at least the video would be informed with the responses that he has to these critiques. Maybe he has something to say for himself. I would like to give him the opportunity to defend himself against these charges that I'm bringing.
Yeah.
And so it's not just that he chickened out of a debate or, refused to debate me because he didn't think I was important enough or whatever. I don't have a PhD. It's that like he declined the opportunity to prevent this video from coming out and embarrassing him. And maybe it would have come out anyway, but I did politely offer him the opportunity to come out in front of this. And instead, now he's going to have to come out behind it and respond to it somehow.
I would like to add this. I wish more teachers of Greek or anything had the passion and the excitement and hype that he brings to it, which is awesome. The problem is being misinformed. And here's how you know something's up. This is me getting into the weeds. For the longest, I held back on even making a hit or a critique video of Ammon because my friend Neil was still learning Greek with Ammon and they were still associated. When they stopped talking because Ammon made him say he needed a purge or some insane culty BS because Neil did not agree with him on the Hebrew coming after the Greek. And of course, there's much more now. I find it interesting, and I love that Neil's on a pursuit of truth no matter what, that Neil is learning from you, Greek, not Ammon. What does that say? For those who know how close Neil was, let me tell you how close he was to Ammon. So close that he would defend Ammon when I would make my weird statements about the guy. And me and Neil are pretty tight. So, because he learned Greek with him. Now, my point is to the audience, to the viewer, Neil's on a pursuit of truth. Are you? Ammonites who have some hint of potential willingness to go beyond the cult leader himself after all the errors, all the obvious simple errors, I could have figured this out. And I don't even know Greek. I could have gone in the lexicon and went, what are you doing, dude? There's a semicolon. Like, why are you going off to this side? I can pull up the sources. Yes, they would be in translations. Sure, I could do what some Christians might do by looking up a single word at a time, but I wouldn't get the whole syntax. But why don't you follow suit after seeing all of this? And maybe Danny Jones will have you on, Stephen, and you can come in and bring some of this stuff.
Look, I mean, the thing is that I can say right now that this is a formal invitation to a debate, right? Like, I don't expect it to be accepted, but I would be glad to debate him. But the thing is, if he wants to debate me and he wants to throw sources, like irrelevant sources, like, I don't know, he wants to throw Nonus at me because he thinks it's going to throw me off. Maybe there's going to be words I don't understand. Maybe I have to look them up. I'm not going to, like, the rules of the debate would have to be like, I'll tell you what sources I'm going to bring. You tell me what sources you're going to bring.
Yeah.
Because just throwing someone a complex text that they can't understand, I could throw Beowulf at you and you won't be able to understand it, right? Like, that doesn't mean anything. You can't throw up a Greek source or throw up a lexicon entry and point at it and say like, oh, that means that, and that means that, and that means that. You have to bring receipts.
Yeah.
So you can't bring a little tiny chunk of a text and say it means what you think it means. You have to bring the whole section of it. And if it's untranslated, it needs to be translated for the audience. Like, it's not fair to pull up an untranslated text and then on the clock on a debate, like score a point by saying, oh, this is the burning purple and this is sexual and they're using drugs and and make all of these ridiculous claims about a text if you can't pull up the actual original source, the whole paragraph or the whole chapter, and actually go through it. Like, he needs to prove something. Like, claim after claim after claim in this video, I was looking up the things to just prove what he says the text says. That's still, even if that were true, even if what he said about it were true, and that that Galen is really describing this ridiculously disgusting thing, it wouldn't mean anything about the New Testament. It wouldn't have any bearing on any later texts or any unrelated texts in a different genre. I just found that time after time, like they're not even saying what he's saying. So we could just debate what Galen means. We could just debate what the classical sources mean. We don't even have to go into Mark 14.
Right.
But if you want to go into Mark 14, let's go into Mark 14. Let's
that
bust it
because
out.
I think that's the hot thing. I mean, famous comedians heard about this crazy interpretation, and we're talking about it on podcasts. So I would love to see the juicy, because I mean, literally, Ammon says in throughout this video, he's like, my sole purpose, my existence, it's almost like my destiny is to figure out what he was doing with that boy in the garden. Now, he might be being funny and comedic in a way, but I'd like to see him actually engage someone like you, and you're able to bring the sources and go into them and refereed. I would not, if I was refereeing, he's not going to pull the bullshit he did with Kip. I'm not going to allow that. This is not, I want a...
I don't even care. Like I am not afraid of David Hillman at all.
Yeah.
Like, right?
No,
I don't even call him Ammon, right? I'm not afraid of Greek. You can throw Greek at me. And that's the thing, is he capitalizes on the fact that his would-be opponents, I don't think anybody with a decent reputation, who like, someone from a scholarly institution, like he says they're petitioning people at Harvard to debate him. Is anyone going to watch this video and then want to debate him? Like, does he like that? I don't think it would be appealing to somebody like that, of somebody of that stature, to lower themselves to that level and punch down and debate Hillman, especially after this is amateur hour, right?
Yep.
I'll play amateur hour. I'll go in the ring with you. And we'll toss around some Greek sources. Bring it on. Bring it on. I love Greek. I have your number, Dr. Hillman. I have all your sources right here. We can go through them line by line. Please give me that opportunity. I would love to do that.
And
that's not bravado. That's just it's just the text. It's just the sources. Like, let the sources speak. Like, I don't need to spin anything. I don't need to pretend to think, oh, well, this means this and this means that. Look it up. Look it up in the dictionary. I know how to read the dictionary. Let's read it together.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to see it happen. Danny Jones, what's up, man? Get your boy Ammon. Get your
Shots
boy
fired.
Let's get it. Yeah. Let's make it happen. Stephen, this has been a deep dive. I really, really appreciate it. If you come this far and you want to learn Greek and even just dwell on case, you want to have a thorough critique of Ammon's claims, and that's the way you want to learn Greek. I don't care. You want to hear everything Stephen has? You can sign up, take some courses with him on Greek. You can go to
Cross Bible,
crossbible.com, and subscribe.
I'm working on a Greek module. I'm gonna have a whole Greek course on Cross Bible that people will be able to take asynchronously and just watch the videos and do exercises and things like that. It's gonna take a while. If you're interested in that, if you're interested in private lessons, contact me through the contact form on crossbible.com. If you're interested in the Greek module eventually someday and doing that on your own time, you can go sign up, register on Cross Bible, and then go to the billing page under your profile and, kick me a subscription payment. That's my Patreon. I don't have Patreon. That's where you can support me and benefit from the Bible study software and help us grow, help the Cross Bible official YouTube channel. That's what's going to allow me to dedicate my time to developing this Greek course that I think is going to really make a difference in people's ability to in inoculating people against this BS, right? Like learning Greek, and this is the irony, like teaching people Greek, eventually, if people in his inner circle are actually using this textbook, if you're using Hansen and Quinn and you get to the end of it and you're really if you become proficient in Greek, this stuff will no longer be coherent to you. You will eventually, there's an expiration date on the cult, unless he's not really teaching this. And I get the impression from Neil, who took Greek lessons from him using this textbook, that there's something going on there. He's not using good methodology for teaching Greek. And so if you want to really learn Greek, reach out.
Wow. Stephen, thank you for editing this video, taking all the time you did to come up with these examples, showing us that he wrote his PhD on Latin medical stuff and doesn't seem to have the Greek expertise he claims, and then is offering a debate challenge. So again, we'll see what we hear. Hopefully we don't hear crickets. And thanks a lot, brother.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good one, everybody. Thank you. Hit the like button, share this, and keep burning that purple.